Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know that companies using SAP Plant Maintenance report a 92% reduction in equipment downtime, leading to major cost savings? I'm excited to guide you through SAP Plant Maintenance, also known as SAP PM, a powerful module designed to manage all maintenance activities within an organization. In today's competitive industries, smooth operations and reduced downtime are essential, and SAP PM provides the tools needed to keep equipment running reliably. SAP PM is widely adopted because of its immense benefits. Statistics show that companies using SAP PM experience up to 30% more efficiency in managing assets and extending the lifespan of equipment. This module not only helps identify and resolve potential issues before they become significant problems, but also improves productivity by ensuring timely maintenance and resource management. In this training, we'll cover SAP PM essentials, from maintenance planning and scheduling to data analysis for peak performance. You'll learn preventive and corrective maintenance, along with asset management, gaining skills to reduce downtime and support sustainable operations. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Overview of SAP S/4HANA Plant Maintenance. 2. Planning Plan. 3. PM Master Data. 4. ASAP Methodology. 5. Functional Locations. Let's dive in.
Let's start on to the overview of SAP S/4HANA Plant Maintenance. So this is an introduction part, and it says, in the past few years, plant maintenance has become more and more important for the following business, economic, and technological reasons. So in the picture, this talks about economic factors, technological factors, and business factors. So all the three factors, this is more important for us these years. So what are the business factors? Rising acquisition values for technical systems, disproportionate increase in costs resulting from losses, a higher modified requirement profile for maintenance activities, the need for real-time collaboration with customers and vendors, reduced vertical integration. And the economic factor, an increasing proportion of maintenance costs attributable to the gross national product. Continuous growth in the number of people employed in the maintenance sector, more stringent and environmental regulations and occupational health and safety regulations, globalization of product markets, expansion of service sector. So these are areas of economic factor. And then so this means we have various sectors in SAP. So those require multiple integration. So in using plant maintenance, we can reduce those integrations. So that way it will be much easier for us using this option on the business side. So it's more or less reduces the integration. So it will be easy for the business to use the tool. Technological factories, innovation speed, increased automation, interlinked complex technical systems. So that's pretty much easy to understand. The goal of plant maintenance are as following: of optimum use of life cycle of technical system and device, improved quality finished product, improved operating safety, operating procedure, future cost planning, lower restart costs, compliance with legal requirements, in particular environmental regulations, compliance with manufacturer, so you can make a claim under warranty if required. So this covers all the aspects when we cover the plant maintenance. Like we have an area to enter the warranty. If, for example, we talk about a lot of examples like, using generator set, using pumps, laptop, what is possible as an equipment or as a service. So when we get into the real scenarios, we will use those examples and explain it to you for each transaction. So the new plant maintenance terminology, plant maintenance is divided into 4 sections. The first one is the inspection, preventive maintenance, repair, and improvement. So these are processes under the plant maintenance. And when we go on to the strategy over time, this is plant maintenance strategies over time. So there are 4 different maintenance available. Failure-based plant maintenance, which is reactive. Whenever a failure occurs. Say suppose a working generator, we don't know what happened. It's an immediate. Say I am supporting an production, and all of a sudden my laptop got shut down. So that is also a failure based plant maintenance. So since it's the failure, we react to it. We go and create the notification, or we create the service order. Likewise, we move forward to fix the problem. So that is about the failure-based plant maintenance. Preventive plant maintenance is like we create say suppose we wanted to actually have a maintenance plan, say every month, once in every month, or 3 months in one, we clean the machine, or we or fill the oil, or say suppose it's some examples of the pump I'm saying, or say suppose some oil leakage is there, so fixing the bearing, so we may have to fix it, or we may have to replace it. So this can be done in once in 6 months. Likewise, this is a time-based maintenance, and as well as the performance-based maintenance too. That means performance-based maintenance in the sense we say suppose somebody worked for 1,000 hours on a particular problem, or say a number of days they worked. So those are based on the performance of their work. So that is the performance-based example. And then condition-based maintenance, we provide the condition, say suppose pressure, say likewise voltage, or all those things are considered to be the condition-based. And then comes reliability-based maintenance. So it is reliability-based as the name is, the reliability-based maintenance. So basically, we have got the four maintenance we cover. Maintenance strategies over time. Great.
So for condition based, that would be like if the voltage goes out of a set range, then the maintenance ticket would be raised.
Yes, exactly.
And I don't understand the reliability based. Like if it's reliable, why does it need a ticket?
Say suppose if it is reliability based, and if say fluctuation happens, then it's not reliable, right? It's fluctuating. So we would create a service request for that. That is considered to be a reliability based, because we are reliable on the voltage, on the power, and it's fluctuating, and we are if it starts fluctuating, we would have a lot of problems with that. So especially in a plant, it could cause a lot of issues. So in that scenario, we can go with reliability based, and then create the kit on top of that.
How is that different than condition based? It sounds exactly the same so far. It's
Okay.
gone out of spec. Condition based went out of spec. Reliability went out of spec. What else is there?
I would say that condition based requires, like as I said, the pressure, or any change in the pressure, or any change in the voltage. Yeah, this is more or less the same. But in condition based, we have more factors to be considered. But on reliability, we would have very less scenarios to be covered. So I could get more scenarios on the reliability based for tomorrow if you want.
Maybe
So
I can add a bit to that reliability. So to the reliability based maintenance, yeah, it's different from condition based. We don't measure the condition. So it is based on, it takes into factors for the failure modes, that how it can fail it. Like if it's a pump, then whether it's like, what are the failure modes? Is it a jam, or is it a low pressure? So it focuses on those failure modes and tries to do the proactive maintenance as per that. So it's more of a technique which is applied. So it's not condition based that we keep on measuring certain parameters. So it's very much similar to preventive maintenance, but has an element of failure codes additionally.
Yeah, I think to add to that, this should be like reliability centered maintenance, right? That is RCM. So I think it's written maybe in a different way.
Okay, I can get a very good example later. So shall I continue? Is
Sure.
that okay? Yeah. So we were talking about the maintenance strategies over time. In 2016, SAP S/4HANA was released as a successor to SAP ERP 6.0. Just like SAP ERP, SAP S/4HANA is a complete enterprise system comprised of all the enterprise-specific business processes and functions. The next point is, unlike the previous SAP ERP system, S/4HANA is exclusively offered on a database. There are no versions available for other database systems. So let me tell you the thing. in SAP, earlier we had the SAP ERP called SAP EPC. So we do all the work on that. That is considered to be our enterprise resource planning system. But in 2016, SAP S/4HANA was released as a successor. So ERP was slowly, went on to the sunset mode, and S/4HANA system started coming onto the customer landscape. And so the thing is, whatever we were doing on the ERP system in S/4HANA, also we can do the specifically on the business processes as well as the function. And the another advantage I could say is that first HANA, before S/4HANA, when I was at SAP, they released SAP HANA database. So early or in a normal database is row-based reading, but in SAP S/4HANA database, SAP HANA database, it is column-based reading. So it is very quick, and you can work with millions of data in a split of a second, like that. So yeah, that's about those 2 points. So if you look at the picture on the right-hand side, this is a quarterly innovation cycle. And here we have four. So this is the quarterly innovation cycle. We have 4 cycles. And on top of that, SAP S/4HANA Cloud. Now that we have cloud in place, so HANA is in cloud, which is much more easier to use than on-premise, because on-premise, everything we need to do on the system. If any upgrade comes, we will have to get the upgrade done, and all the activities should be done on-premise. Whereas in the cloud, only once they do the upgrade, and it's our you would be able to use the latest available version. So that is yearly. Then yearly innovation cycle started coming. In yearly, on top of that, we have SAP S/4HANA. So we look at the overview of SAP customer service. So customer service actually got section provider, which has got internal and external side. Service receipt, which has also got internal and external side. If you look at the center portion, you can see the plant maintenance. Plant maintenance is common in service recipient internal as well as service provider internal side, where customer service comes in. Recipient will have the external. So recipient, say suppose I bought a service, I bought a particular product from SAP, and I find an issue with say my PM module, then I would want to have a ticket raised or talk to the customer service agent so that I can get it fixed. So that is an external service to SAP. So that's where this is shows as external, whereas service provider, for that customer service is internal because it is SAP's module and it is internal to the service provider who is part of SAP. And services, that is the purchasing part for a service provider will say suppose some spare parts required or some services required. So we would get it from the external service. For example, we have Lenovo laptop, we need a service on that. So we do in 2 different ways. We contact the IT service desk. They might contact the Lenovo service for the service if they can't do it. So those are external services, whereas service recipient, it would be an internal service. So they are the one, receive Lenovo service to be the recipient, and they will, for them, it is an internal process. And the process as in the service area is shown here. So we have customer on top and service provider below. So service provider, for example, say it could be any organization, and this organization will have sources. Sources are outsourced by vendor. So this is the service provider section. Say suppose this is SAP, and the customer has got the technical object like functional location. These are the terms you will see in the future. I will show you the system and I will show you the exercises and how to access each transactions and everything. Then you will understand what this technical object talks about, and then contact person will be there. So what is this in between? In between, say suppose a requirement comes from the customer side. Service provider sends out a quotation to the customer, and then customer sends a purchase order, and from there the activity starts. That say suppose we ordered for say what we could say we ordered for a laptop. So a laptop which is not available, so this has to be manufactured. So in that scenario, the first section would be the planning, then execution, then completion. Once that the laptop is available, what service provider will do, they will send the invoice to the customer, and customer will do the payment, and then the delivery will be done. So this is of the service process between the customer and the service provider. And we go on to the overview of SAP customer service. What is customer service module? Customer service module allows customer service agent to quickly access the necessary information to understand and resolve customer issue efficiently. Say suppose, like I said, every Lenovo as an example I can take. I am a customer who bought Lenovo laptop and I was working on it and my keyboard is not starting. So keyboard is not working. In that scenario, what will I do? I will contact Lenovo service either by phone or by email as based on the priority of our service. So what on the customer side, we would have a customer service agent. They quickly access the information. Say they will ask about the model of my laptop and that issue, what is happening with the with laptop, all those information, and then they will ask me to take this laptop to any nearest Lenovo service center, and I will give it the laptop there, and they will immediately try to resolve by replacing the keyboard and give it back to us. It depends upon our priority also, how fast we want to get it done. They will try to help you to get it done by the service agent. So CSAs can utilize the customer support cockpit to modify orders, complete partial orders, process payments, cancel orders, authorize return, and refund payment. So these things CSA can do through customer support cockpit. So they will modify the order. Say suppose we ordered something. For example, I ordered a laptop instead of 100 laptops. So for me, the mistake is made. Already 1,000 laptops it's huge amount, right, compared to 100 laptops. So I immediately call the customer service agent and tell them to cancel the order so that we won't get any damage done. Says there are some partial orders already created, but it is not complete. So I want it to be done as fast as possible. So we will ask them to complete the partial order or process the payment as soon as possible, cancel the order, and authorize a return and refund pay. All these things can be done by CSA. The user interface enables CSA to create, edit, and manage customer profile details, including address, credit card, and contact preference. So basically, they have all the details of the customer, including their credit card, their contact preferences, their addresses. So they could create, edit, and manage. The organizational structure in SAP is something which we would do the practical. So the first one is the client, the top level unit in SAP system that integrates all areas of an organization. So client is say suppose we have TCS. TCS has got multiple offices at multiple locations across the world, right? So the main organization, so these organizations can be considered as our client in terminology in SAP. Controlling areas mainly for the cost accounting purpose, and it includes one or more company code with the same chart of account. And so company code we create when we define a company in SAP. So company code, the smallest unit in financial accounting, with the set of accounts for external reporting. This is mainly for external reporting and financial purpose. And maintenance plan. Maintenance plan, so I actually had an Excel where I could show how this looks as an example. I can get it in a hurry. I didn't actually get it. So I'll get you that tomorrow. So it will be much easier for you to understand. So a plan.
Can you talk in some real-time example that you have dealt with? If you have any implementation experience of SAP PM, right? Can you bring that context?
Suppose I am going to go with, there are two sections giving an example of Toyota Automobile. So Toyota Automobile is from Japan and they produce cars. So what we could do is like we are going, the client is mainly the Toyota Automobile, and we go on to the, let's say company, various company we can say under automobile. Rather saying that, let's go with the plan. So the company is organization in across the different locations, and that is considered to be the plant when it comes comes the headquarters of a manufacturing distribution center. So all these offices are considered to be plant, and every plant will have 4-digit alphanumerical characters. So I can give 1,000 as for headquarters. For HR office, I can give 2,000, and I manufacturing unit 3,000, and distribution center 4,000. And the company Toyota, I can give say one. If as an example we are adding, we can add to the company. And various clients we could have, but this is a small scenario. So a client, we would have the company on the other side. Say suppose client has got company code, we would have accounting object, and then comes plan. So we say plan. What are the plans we mentioned? What they are of the manufacture and the distribution. So this is one section which we can give yellow color, and corresponding other factors are we can give it some other color blue. And this is what we were trying to do here. I can save this. Going to save that. So that's what we were trying to refer in this slide as well. So I'll just.
So our headquarters and manufacturing and distribution,
They are all planned.
Okay.
They are all examples of plan.
How is this client and company code derived? Is it based on, you have mentioned Toyota in client, or?
Toyota is the company. Toyota is the company, and Toyota Automobile, as we can take it as a client, because Toyota has multiple other, options available. So we are only talking about the automobile at the.
So you have client, company code, and plant, right? So client is Toyota, or?
Client is the, say suppose Toyota, only the main Toyota is the client, and company code we can give it for the Toyota Automobile, and then plant various offices like headquarters of. This is a very simple example.
Understand. What derives
with different organizations.
So what defines how to derive the structure is company code. There could be some logic that would there will be rules that would define
I
what
will
could
show you that in the slide. So when we go back, I can go there. So the controlling area, as I said, cost accounting, and one or more company codes will be there with the same start of account and currency. Company code is the smallest unit in the financial unit with a set of accounts for external reporting. Just for referring to that. Maintenance plan is like an organizational unit in logistics for procurement, maintenance, and material plan. Maintenance planning plan is a location where maintenance activities are planned, combining the approach to maintain plan. And maintenance planner group operate with these plans. So we will see how to do all these things. Then you will understand. So maintenance plan will be there, and maintenance planning plan will be there. So in the planning plan, we will have planner group who plans all those activities in the maintenance plan. So those things we will see in some time. And it talks about like organizational structures are used in the system to basically cluster the master data such as account, prices, and products. In reporting, sales data can be aggregated at each organizational unit level as part of access context and its restriction rule. So these are, before going into that, let's take a look at the organizational structure. So I am going on to the system, and then so in SAP, once you log in, your UI will be looking like this, and here there is an area where we can enter the transaction. So what we are going to do, we are going to set the structure. So that is done in the transaction called S-Pro. So S-Pro is a transaction wherein we do all the configuration. SAP configurations can be. So this will be mostly we will do for there is material management, sales and distribution, and many other applications. So when we come here, we have enterprise structure, and under enterprise structure we have definition. In definition, when we go under the logistics general, here what we do, we define the plan. So before that, there are some transactions available in order for us to actually create the. First, we can define our company, then assign the company code, and then we can define the plan. So before going on to that,
how about starting from the very top? Like where do I start? I want to create a new client.
okay, so we don't start from, we start from the company. So basically, company, when we start company, we need the transaction. Okay, I could start from the company. Let's say, let's do from the transaction. So first, I have to do the definition of the company. So for that, I go with OX15. So here you can come and you can define your company. So you see many companies defined here, right? So there is no particular code assigned here. We will just define the company. So what we do is for that we go to the new entry. Let's say we will do for TCS. So I'll start with one, and then company name is which sector you want on TCS Consulting, and we can provide we will need to say suppose the mandatory field region. Tell me since it is your area, you could give me more. TCS India should be okay.
I think it's better to stick around with that. For example, you're showing in Excel, right? So that way you're not dependent on us. Right? So we are looking for the best practices, the customers, right, where how the structure is getting defined, right?
So this is the first part. We define the company, and why I'm not using Toyota because maybe the identification number is fixed. Let's say I am going to use since your organization is T001. This is going to be my entire scenario number, and the company will be okay. And here country I have to provide, so I will have to search for Japan. Okay, and so that pretty much is the minimal requirement. So we are saying to a new, I will create it for the port request. So what is this? We are modifying the customization of the essay. So we would have to create a customizing request. Say suppose otherwise whatever change you are doing, it will get attached to the non-transport request. So this is a customizing request. So I'm creating port request for PM in this customizing request. This is customizing transport. Okay. So this will be attached to that, and we created the company now. Now our next step is to go and create the company code for that company which we created. So /n. Yeah.
So what was the purpose of creating that request?
So see, whatever change you do, it has to be recorded somewhere, right? So then only you will be able to transport it into the other, say, suppose test system and then to the production system. So that is where these transport requests will play in SAP.
Okay. So that is also visible in this system, like
that is also.
Okay.
And how did you open that second window for the service?
So in order to open a window, in a normal scenario, if you want to open within this particular screen, I put /n and then I give the transaction or X02. So this will get replaced with that particular transaction. Say suppose if you want a new screen of this, then what you should do /4. So if you do that, normally the screen won't come, but in this case, this is coming. So you create a screen. What will happen? A new, section, SAP access option comes. So here you can provide that particular transaction. So in our case, we need to create the company code for the company which we define. So I gave what was earlier. Okay, let me go back to OX15 and then I'm going to search for, the position option is for us to search for the company code. So we can click here. When you click here, it will get all the details of that particular company. And you go for the search option and search for Toyota. So there is one. So this is not the one. I will search for more. So T001 is the one I created because I kept TCS in mind. So I put T in front and 001 number I provided. So for this we are going to create a company code. So for that, I will again go back to, so I'll just copy this because I'm going to use the same for the company code as well. Sorry, OX0602, I'll go here and I provide this company name. I can give and will be, let's say, this is in Japan. So country I would search So it's gateway would the currency for Japan. Yeah.
YEN.
Okay, I gave YAN. So that's why it took the wrong Japanese. That's pretty much is required for a company code. So we created the company code for the company Toyota Automobile. So this is the screen where you need to enter the address. So title is it is a name you can give. There is some we can go by search term if you want to search and come Japan. And yeah, that's pretty much enough. So this is getting saved into the transforming transport. So that's good enough. So where is this automobile located in Japan? So we saved.
Back to where we were creating this company and we entered the terminal NOX02 to open up a new window that created the trans.
No. First, if you say I was going, okay, let me go into. You got confused since I was typing. Mean it will displayed in the same mean it will create another session. Means the same screen. So /o is not part of the transaction. So if you are in a new screen, you can just press OX02 transaction name. So this is something you get confused. /n is to display in the same screen. /o is to open a new section. So I created these two things. Now is it clear? And then when I do any change in any of these fields, it has to be recorded into the transport request. So then only we can move the transport request into the other system for testing or for the production system as well after testing. So that is why we use transport request. Okay. And what you see, I went to the transaction called SC09 and this is my user and this is my options of transport request type. So I'm just showing what is the transport organizer. So basically we can create customizing request if it is a customizing option. So you can only edit one person at a time if you are using the customizing thing or making any change into the class or the package or any other object in SAP can be tracked into the workbench request. So for my user, if you look at, actually, I'm supposed to use the user PM_00. This is CS user where I have customizing as well as the normal transport request. So you see the customizing request is mainly for tracking the customizing things on, various tables. So basically, when you enter the data into a particular transaction, that gets stored in some tables. So those tables will be shown here. Likewise, so if you look at here, I have done a lot of customization. So that is what's shown in this customizing request. So for that, as for sugar, E for echo 09, SC09. So you will see your code. I just showed. So now what I will do is I created my company code. So my next task is to assign the company to company code or company code to company. So for that, I need to go to OX16. In this case, what I will do, I will go to the down because on top I don't have an option to create. But this is a table view, so I can go down to enter that data.
So my basic question was, you're creating a new customer, new company, and you're entering these codes, and then it opens a new window and you enter data, and then you do another code and you enter more data. Is this all part of the structure that you first showed us, or my question is, how does someone know this step needs created and then that needs created? Like if they say they forget something, how would they know if this has to be created, then that has to be created? Is there field and address and name? Those are fields that we can see and okay, that has to be entered, this has to be entered. How do we know to type this code and start a whole new window to create something?
Okay, that is where we are learning the transaction codes as well as, in this case, certain customization we do on the enterprise structure. So since it is easy for me to go directly into the transaction, I'm using transaction. Otherwise, we can go, as I said, /NSPro, there itself under SAP reference IMG, we have option to actually create a company code, and assign company. All the transactions are available here as well. You don't need to enter the transaction. You need to know where to go and add it into that.
Okay, so this screen here is basically the list of everything we have to create for a new company.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So now, as I said, I have to assign, right? So I will go to, so basically what all transaction I cover. So I will take a new note and X50 to define the define transaction code is that. I will help you to really go into that, and this to define or create a company code. Then these are things, if you can, mug up, it will be easy while doing your activity. So this is assign company code to company. Okay. And so I will do that, and then I can help you to get into your system and try it out. So I was in this particular transaction. So what I need to do is I have my company code. I have my company name. Oh, sorry. This is the company code exactly, and the name attached to the company code. So our next step is to assign the. So we need to first position. So I got my company code. Now what I do, I go to company and I select my company name. So here also I can search for T00001. I got my Toyota automobile, and I have to save. You should always remember, so company currency differ from company code currency. Okay. So what we could do is, it will not get saved because there is a difference in the company code. So what I do, I just go back to OS. I have given the company the currency, but OX15 I haven't. So I will go there, 1 second, whatever change, go there and search for. So I can position stop MT001, found my company. Then I go here. I haven't given the currency. So I can search for Japan, Y as the yen. So now it will work on the transaction OX. So this is getting added into the transport request. And now what I do, I kept it open already. So I come back here and I can search for my company. I can search here as that is the identifier. So C001 gets attached to my company code. So now what I did, I created a company code, and now I assigned the company code or the company to the company code. That is the right, because in this transaction, what you see is the company code with the company code information. So we just have to attach the company. So that part is done. And then we will have to define the plant. So you can actually go in different options. Either ways it's possible. I can go on OX10. Here we define the plant. Just look at the screen. First name is plant, name 1, name 2. So you can add new entry. Instead, what I could do, I could go on to where the major customization is there, and I go to SAP reference IMG, and then enterprise structure. This is the structure where we define all the structures. Definition. So see financial accounting. You can actually go and define your company instead of I use the transaction OX15. You click on here. It will take you there because I blocked that. That screen is already available. Let me go close it. I will accept on the things I have done. So now I go click on define company. It's still open. Let me close this. Now I try again because I almost closed all the transactions. So earlier I was showing you, right, company name and name 2, the name of company 2. So it is the same as OX15, but I showed through the escrow. That's the difference. So we have to, in order to define the structure, we will have to go to the enterprise structure. Underneath, there are a lot of sections. So when I was showing the presentation, I said the company code is attached to the accounting section. So that is why in escrow, I went into the accounting section. So I defined the company code here. Sorry, company here. So likewise, we can do the other things also. Everything is in this place. So then what I should do is I have to, as I said, I created the company code, signed the company code to the company. Then I went, the next step will be I'll have to define my plan. So if you look at here, you will see a lot of manufacturing units, distribution center, those things are created early. So for our scenario, we can work. So this will be plant 001. That's better. We don't have anything in that. So the name, what we do, you can send. Created this. This is in the country. Say suppose our distribution center is UK. Let's say UK. This is all the regions as well. So they have to look for. We can also this button. You should first let me tell you all these things. Tick mark is for the selection. This cross mark is just to close the window. This option, like a rectangle with a fold on the left side, this is always for the creation purpose. And this, zooming icon is for the search. Only we say Control F. This plus sign is Control G. That means we continually search for. And star is this has to be inserted in the person. We don't use that. This is for print. And this is what it's in the show.
By the way, you are in county, not in country.
Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry. I have to enter. So I don't need to enter the country, but factory calendar. Factory calendar is the calendar. Let me check that. Search for. No. Okay, let me create without. So if I'm going to create a city code without specifying, so I should not specify the project because we are not doing the project at the moment. So you should select this option. So this is taken me into the transaction. So define the county, define this. Let me define this. I am going to define is say this is okay, and then I could not. And this minus option is always for delete. If it is plus for insert. So I just deleted the US I created.
Plus for what?
Sorry, plus for new entry is here, right? Instead, you could get a image instead of minus, it will be plus. So that is also for creating a new entry. So new entry, say suppose I am going to create in US, country, region, name is not getting filled. Region, I'm going to search, I was in UA. So this is Germany. So it's taking as a, okay, since the controls as US is where. So in Delaware, I don't need to specify the description. I can save that and I can go back and search for already. If I go down, this is not allowing me to go down or rather close. I can only minimize. I just go back. So I close this where I define the city. I close this as well. And then I can go back. So come to this because I created from here. The next step is now I'm able to go down. I can select for this is wrong because I have the first. So let's say the first getting created. This is to a company and this is in the region US. Save that. And now I created only one plan. I have so this is I will just remove this is not mandatory. So let it be that. I will go and create plan 2. Plan 2 means Tire automobile distribution center manufacturing unit can be in it is not selected and said there is no okay fine I'll save that here I can provide the address in the address area I can provide it. So I would search okay. It is normally just UK, but why is it picking the wrong?
I think you are importing when you're searching, right? So maybe the spelling is wrong. That's why it's not coming.
Yes, you had a typo in Kingdom.
Yeah. So I actually didn't notice that. So yeah, that was the reason. In fact, I just used India. 300 created. So we created distribution center. We created manufacturing unit. Create the headquarters. That's pretty much it. So okay, there is some issue with my keyboard because headquarters. And when I try to save, the pop-up comes and headquarters again in just a mistake. That's fine. You can save that. So we should save. Now I created what? I created a company. I created a company code. I assigned the company to the company code, and then I created the necessary plan associated to that particular company. So can we do this exercise now? So let's everybody please get into your system. So we may have issues with this thing. So I want to check whether everyone has got the access and we can try it out.
Sure.
Because we have our tech support available. So if you have any issues, you can tell accessing the remote desktop or if you are successfully able to access the remote desktop, Then the next step is accessing the SAP system. So, okay, since you guys are new to this, any one of you can share your screen. I can just take a look and help you out how to add a system into the SAP logon. So, the first transaction is OX15. So, everybody go to /N15. Oh, so I am locking. Oh, so I can't show this because only one person can edit the customization. So I can't go.
I already got into that. That's fine.
Then you can share your screen. It's okay. So
I think only one person gets the same system. Only one person can.
We are working on the customizing age. So only one person will access that transaction at a time. So since
there will be lock on the transaction, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Arif was accessing that. I got it was locked by a particular user.
I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, you can see your screen. You can do the.
I need to click new entry, is it?
Yeah, you need to click a new entry. That is a unique identifier, so you can give some number or.
Will it auto generate or?
It won't auto generate. You have to.
What's the length limitation here? Company.
Actually 4 characters.
Company, right? It's not 4 because I create 001, which is 5. Whereas for company code, I think it is 4 because I was trying to generate the same thing in company code and it didn't allow.
So company code is 4 character and even planned also 4 character. The identifier I'm talking about, not the.
Yeah, identifier.
So company, as you said, looks like 5 characters. Yeah, that's fine. I'll see this. Okay. Then press enter or try to save. Okay, it is asking you to enter the country.
So once we get an error, right, everything gets grayed out. So once you rectify that error, then everything gets reactivated again.
Right. So this is correct actually. Country IN for India. So what you should do is press enter. Please press enter. Yeah, that's it. And you need to save. But no. A red button is always to cancel.
Cancel it.
So you save that. You can use your own request. Create a request. The next button give the milestone request.
So this request number will come right?
Automatically. Yeah, that will come automatically.
So the description is required.
Yes, description is required. Then only we would be able to identify which request is that. Yeah, it is a customizing request for you. You need to mention that, otherwise it is.
I understand.
Yeah, somebody was asking.
Yeah, one question on the look and feel. I'm seeing eyes can
change that the GUI, that graphic, right? There is multiple themes are there. You can select that signature theme that will give that blue look and feel. This was a great one.
Okay. Yeah.
There's that first home screen itself, right? There's an arrow to change your GUI.
Okay. Yeah. It was earlier forward, but I missed that.
This SAP signature theme is there that will create that blue and that classic theme. I think this I selected something else. Create a new company. Okay.
Yeah, correct. And you need to select that.
What I need to select this.
Just double click.
Okay. Got it. Continue, right?
Yes. So now we created the company. You need to create the company code.
Okay.
It got saved like as soon as we created that request, or we need to save.
It automatically gets saved onto the transaction. So it will save
data was
by
saved,
default.
right? There's message also data was saved down.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I need to go
Now,
to OS16, is it?
/N. So without finding the code, we can't go to OS16 because OS16 is.
That is okay.
Okay. RF is doing the system, so you guys can hold and see what is he doing, and as don't lock each other.
Sure.
I think can you close it or
You need to click it.
Is it display, right? Or what?
No. Don't do that. So look, close it. That's why it's in an edit mode. Looks like.
Okay. And again, where is the create?
Go down. Oh, there is no new entry available.
No, is it down?
Oh yeah, now you can provide. I would recommend to use the same ID, not my ID. Everybody.
ID. I know that. Yeah. No, I think this is still locked. It seems. I need to go back.
Go back and.
It's still locked.
It's still.
I'm unlocking it. Sorry, it was me.
No problem.
So only one person can practice at a time? What's the limit?
It is the customizing. So customizing option can be created by only one person at a time.
So this is unique to this training environment.
Right.
No, not every
common.
environment.
It's common.
Tim, this is basically the core customization can be done only by one. Because the same request can be overridden and things like that, right? So, but your transactional records, you can create multiple people. You can work on it.
So only like when we're working for maintaining this, only one admin can be logged in at a time?
Yes, exactly.
On the same object. Believe.
Now you got the new entry option.
Company code is again manual entry.
What earlier you gave that, Then company name. Actually, if you click a space, it will come automatically if you have entered earlier.
Okay. These are all mandatory or is it required?
Yeah, currency is mandatory. So you gave India, right? So the same thing you will have to do as well.
Okay, one thing here, we created, Arif, you created the company first, right? And now you're creating company code.
Correct.
So this company code has to be under the previously created company, right?
No. It's the next step.
Okay.
Because we have to first define the company, then define the company code, then assign company to the company code.
This I can save, right?
Right. You can save. Now
these details are required.
They're required because the currency you saw in my screen, right? The currency mismatch, so you have to provide the same currency for the both.
This address and all, is it required?
Not required. You would need the country because that is the mandatory field. That is why the question mark is.
In case, let's say, I have forgotten to put country code or currency code, which is like mandatory, and if I try to save, anyway, it will throw that error.
Yeah.
But what is happening? Even if I get back and put the company code or not company code, rather country code or currency code, that save button is not coming. Again, you have to come back, go backboard and again come back to save the record. Is that kind of in?
I didn't. Could you show your screen? I didn't go like you.
Let me show you. Let me know once it is.
Okay.
So I think for this company, the country code is mandatory, right?
When you try to save, you get the yes. And the country.
Okay. I'm just giving the.
It wasn't coming for even Arif as well. So search for India.
Okay. Now the problem is.
You need to press enter and click on the enter key.
Got it. That was my question. Like, I was not getting the save button once, I met,
Every time when we have a error, we need to correct that and just press enter. So everything will be settled and you will be able to proceed.
Okay. That's how it works. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's how it works. So you can select the tick mark. Yeah. Okay. So sharing your screen, right? So we created company code. Now assign the company to the company code using OX16. And you don't need to go back. You just /n. Current screen will get changed to that. What happened?
That was 0.
OX16 is correct. So maybe you didn't give the /. Yeah, now it's come.
Oh, sorry. Thanks. Okay.
So
what I need to do? I need to go all the way down or search or what?
Position. Click on the position.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You can what was your company code? Yeah, right.
Yeah, search it. Okay.
Okay.
This is the one.
Now, okay.
Need to assign the company.
Exactly. Assign the company.
Okay. Then.
Okay.
Save.
Now.
Should show the company. Currency difference. Currency difference is there. Readiness in person.
Oh, yeah. So new screen. No?
Yeah, correct. That's correct.
Was 15, right?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of a work center in SAP PM? Option A, to store spare parts inventory. Option B, to organize personnel and resources for maintenance tasks. Option C, to generate purchase orders. Option D, to create sales orders. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to become a pro at managing maintenance work? Our SAP Plant Maintenance course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Plant Maintenance. It's like a toolkit for keeping equipment and plants running smoothly, from tracking repairs to planning maintenance schedules. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's created by experts who know SAP inside and out. Your instructors are seasoned pros ready to help you understand and answer any questions. And don't just take our word for it, our students love this course too. people like you have found this course incredibly valuable and practical. Best part? It's affordable, so you can learn without spending a fortune. Ready to master SAP Plant Maintenance? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, check out ZaranTech's website.
What actually SAP is, it's ERP just like Maximo. It is another ERP where things are being put as a bookkeeping for the plant maintenance. Actually, in the case of plant maintenance, things are like suppose you are a manufacturer of production, doing production for any kind of manufacturing. Okay, and you need to maintain books for your plant, and you need to maintain all those machineries, whatever you are having. You need to maintain all those expenses, whatever you are doing over the period of time for your machinery, for your plant. So all the things, whatever are being done in the case of maintaining your plant, are kept as a record in the SAP plant maintenance. However, SAP gives you a better thing in terms of financial, in terms of economic, and in terms of production users. Like there are various processes comes into the picture, which helps you to optimize your production and ensure you that the machineries are working well. So this is the basic concept behind the plant maintenance, what we will be looking today. So apart from this, what do we call plant maintenance? SAP plant maintenance is maintaining your plant, shelling out money. See, there is a basic first difference in plant maintenance is we are not earning anything. We are only shelling our money to maintain our plant. In this case, when we are talking about the plant maintenance, then we are not earning anything. We are only putting expenditures. So just like we discussed, I told earlier that plant maintenance is giving us various opportunity at the time of business factors, economic factors, and technological factors. We can discuss in those ways. Like suppose you are working on a various machineries you have evolved in your systems, and you wanted to know that which of the machineries are working up to the fine, which of the machineries are about to give some errors, which of the machineries are completely broken down. So we define those things in a different manner, like various processes we use to define those things. We define our machineries, we define our measuring positions, points, data as a part of the master data. So why it is for HANA now? Earlier it is SAP PM. Now it is SAP S/4HANA. So what they have added in here is they have added one more layer of security layer in their database, and SAP has introduced their own database as well in the name of S/4HANA. Earlier, what SAP installers or the companies were doing is they were using the different databases, but now at the time of S/4HANA, they have to use SAP's S/4HANA database as well. So let me just give you a scenario in the case of actually is a business factor here. Suppose you have a manufacturing plant, like where you are working on an assembly line, where you are having an assembly line. That assembly line is just producing the bottles. So there are many factors, many middlemen, many things which will come in between. And to have a complete and the correct assembly line working, there must be all the parts managed efficiently. If any of the part got missed or is not working efficiently, then the assembly production will be. To enhance the production, we use SAP plant maintenance. How the production can be enhanced using these that we will be reading out in the different first and different chapters as well. Just for example, if I say that if a machine has to produce 100 bottles and it is not working correctly and it is giving you 90 bottles in a day and producing a lag, so this will term as a lag. So you must be taking any corrective action on that machine so that the production not to touch zero. Hope you got this one.
Yeah.
So what actually business factors, what are related to SAP S/4HANA plant maintenance? There is an increase in the cost of resulting from losses. So if we are not going to maintain our machines regularly, then what we will be facing is production loss. We will be facing the target losses, and there could be the thing that we can lose the target as well as the client as well, for where we have not delivered late goods or complete amount of goods on. Okay, different maintenance activities have introduced inside the plant maintenance, and the bifurcation among the analysts, the bifurcation at the time of finding the final profitability and the final results is improved in SAP S/4HANA. So there are a number of more reports added in SAP systems and real-time collaboration with the customers and vendors. These are the things which can be achieved right now nowadays. Like whenever you are processing something, you can directly notify your customer as well that this is your order number and we are working on it. Now the order step is in this position and we are still working on it. What could be the expected ETR values and expected time of arrivals and the expected time of completion. So all these things can now be identified from SAP systems. Basically, it will give you a real feedback how you all have some brief idea about how the manufacturing things works. Like manufacturing is not just about producing things and selling those to earn revenue. So most of the time, when we are creating our product good, maintaining our machineries in a well-mannered system, then we will be having outflow of the product. Another economic factor, which is a major factor here, is we need to shell some amount of money when we are doing any kind of corrective actions instead of doing a breakdown maintenance. Suppose a machine which is currently not producing anything and it's completely broke down, then the cost of repairs are going to be a bit higher than the corrective actions, and also the production loss at that time will be very big issue to the company as well. Continuous growth in the number of people employed in the maintenance sector is also increasing day by day due to the cases which are employed in the SAP plant maintenance, and maintaining the domain, maintaining the machineries, maintaining these, and all those things. What is actually a scope here? Means what could be the scope of plant maintenance? The scope of the plant maintenance will be like we have all our machineries working in a efficient manner, producing all the quality products, and there will be the minimization of the maintenance cost as well. So for the minimization of maintenance cost as well, there are many processes which are involved in these things to minimize those costs and improve the productivity and improve the connectivity with the systems and the customers as well and the vendors as well. Because in most of the times when we are maintaining our machineries, sometimes those machineries are in contract with the vendors. So you get the vendor knowledge as well. For vendors will also get the knowledge of those faults, and the person, means the manufacturer, will be informing the vendors about how the machineries are working, and it will also inform, just for example, like there are multiple manufacturers' machineries are being used in one of the plant, and at the year end or in a midway, the manufacturer or the owners can also decide that which of the machineries we are using are working efficiently and which brands of the machineries are providing so many errors. So it's like more of a knowledge of what actually is being wrong and what actually is being working at a very good pace. So it will give manufacturers a deciding factor as well, like the deciding key factors or KPIs, so that they can take a next decision at the time of buying next machineries. So all these things will be future, and all of these things will be the scope of the plant maintenance. In the case of plant maintenance, what actually we do things in the terms of SAP or the processes, what we can do things like we will be doing the corrective actions. Suppose there was a maintenance planner who has informed the maintenance team that this machinery is not working fine, then they need some corrective action. So this is a particular process in SAP plant maintenance which looks into the corrective actions, that what corrective actions need to be done there so that the machine will retain back to the complete and the 100% productivity. Another process is the process we will be discussing this time is the breakdown maintenance. Breakdown maintenance is, as the name suggests, that breakdown means the production has been stopped and the machinery has been completely stopped working. So this is again a part of the maintenance, and this will also be there. The major and the most important thing is the preventive maintenance. Preventive maintenance simply implies that we are servicing our machineries regularly over a period of time and in a defined manner, that we don't want any corrective actions or the breakdown actions over these equipment. So we are already spending our time, our employees and the laborers as well to take a preventive measures already on the existing machinery, so that there would be very less corrective actions, there would be very less breakdowns, and the production should never be hampered. So this is the most common feature which is being used everywhere. the preventive maintenance. And nowadays, the another process has been introduced as well, which is predictive maintenance and the proactive maintenance. Maintenance is somewhere we are also doing the preventive maintenance, and in the case of predictions, like based on the data we have in our systems, we identify the identify the upcoming maintenance which are about to be done further, so that equipment or the assets which will never went to wrong state. That we will also take care as well. So the another things are repairs. Repairs are the form of the actions which we will be performing at the time of maintenance. Another thing is shutdown maintenance. Shutdown maintenance is there was a time, like we have recently had in news, that there was a power grid down for a day because they had a major shutdown. So at that time, all the machineries have been shut down. The factory has been closed for the duration, and all the machineries are being taken care for the maintenance. So that is a shutdown maintenance, and we will take that in detail if time permits. Another thing is calibration maintenance, calibration processes. Like calibration processes, like most of the times in the time of plant maintenance, what we use is a couple of readings. We use a couple of objects to identify to measure some things. Like in the electronic industry, voltmeters are used widely to check if the voltages and the resistance are coming in the correct form or not. And another thing is that there could be various checks which need to be confirmed or performed before a maintenance has been termed as complete at the time of the calibration maintenance. Like just for example, that your technician has completed something, your technician has completed the maintenance. Now you have some parameters before, you have set some parameters before for allowing that machinery to perform again. So all those parameters will come under the calibration process, and all the parameters will be checked one by one, that if machinery is good on this parameter, if machinery is good on the voltmeters, if machinery is good on the temperature as well. So all the parameters and whatever the parameters are defined will be checked first, then only the maintenance can be completed. So this is calibration process, and this is highly integrated with the quality maintenance process. And improvement plans are also introduced here. Improvement plans are mostly termed as proactive maintenance and the predictive maintenance, that we will also read in further. So just since we have discussed so many things here, have you ever thought how the system is being designed from the start? Means you must have used Maximo, which is another ERP. But now when we are talking about the SAP systems, so there is a basically different kind of hierarchy used here. So why we use those hierarchies? So those hierarchies are a bit useful for us. Why? But why we are using those kind of hierarchies? Any idea? Means why we are using those hierarchies? And what is a hierarchy and why we are using those things?
There may be multiple factors. So one is like easy to locate. Okay, so if you have asset in a hierarchy or location in a hierarchy, it will be easy to locate. Second is like you can roll up cost or associated other stuff to the higher level and find it out for the reporting.
Yes.
And also, like if there are different countries where your company is operating in, right? So all of those different countries will have different maybe currency or different things. So all of those you can define separately in the structure. So that way it becomes easy.
Yes. So every of the given point is completely has a valid thing. So if we talk about the organization structure, just like your organization, for every organization, there is the first thing is controlling head. Who is controlling whom? Who is controlling whom? So there is a hierarchy defined, like there are multiple things. Who is controlling what person? Who is controlling what factor? Controlling factor, company factor. It is very easier for anything to design a system. It made very easier for designing. It made things very easier. Okay, we have some more points as well. Sorry. We'll come back to the organizational structure. We have some points left out for us. Let's go to organizational structure only. We'll come back to this one. So in SAP systems, what we have designed here, like a controlling area, cost flow system, from where to what. So just in our organizations, like the board of directors are sitting at the top, and then we have a CEO, and then there is and like those, then we are the employees. So in that manner only, we bring things in here in such a manner that will give us a So in this case, in SAP systems or SAP plant maintenance specifically, what we work for any plant. Okay. So if you talk about any plant, suppose if we have any plant, then what could be the their things? Like in any plant, there could be various things if I say, like there could be the mechanical components, there could be the mechanical branches, there could be the electrical departments, there could be some another boiler departments. So why I'm talking on these things? Let's suppose if I talk about the multi plant, so there are the things where they go for the mechanical work and a different plant. Means in a same plant, at a same plant, there could be a part one or could say hall one and hall two and hall three. Okay. So all these are a different parts of the plant and they need to be controlled by a same plant or they need to be controlled by a different plant or a different hierarchy. So to have that hierarchy maintained in our system, then we define these organizational structure. This could be something somewhere as well is like somewhere like a big plant. Some plants are there in Gujarat facility. Some plants could be there in the Tamil Nadu facility. So maintaining those things in a simpler manner, that's why we use those use organizational structures. There could be number of maintenance plants. There could be number of planning plants. There could be number of company codes governed by the different controlling areas, and there will always be one time. What is the highest in the organization? And then comes the controlling areas. Controlling areas are the different controlling areas where the data is and the cost.
Sorry, Rahul. Maybe I have missed it. Who would be the client?
Client is the top level of the unit. Client is the top or the highest level in the hierarchy unit. Client will always be one. Client will always be one. Once there is a one client, and there could be the different controlling areas governed for client. Like just like a Maruti plant. Maruti is just a client. Okay, there could be number of controlling areas for that. There could be the number of controlling areas for that client. And those clients are different, covering different company codes as well. For every region or for every country codes, for every country or for any offshore region, there could be a different company code based on a different kind of currency, different taxation issues, or different tax benefits. So based on those things, the company codes and the controlling areas are designed. These are completely designed by the finance team, and we have no control over there.
So Rahul, at what level you have balance sheet and HR organization? I do not see it here.
Yes, all those things are governed in a different way. Company, client, controlling area, company code. These are the decision-making factors. And once a company code is designed, just for example, if I will be maintaining our two different plants, if we are maintaining, suppose we are maintaining a Tamil Nadu plant and then we are maintaining our Gujarat plant, then what we will be doing? We will be having two maintenance plants. We can have two plants like Gujarat plant. Suppose it is termed as 1,000 and suppose Tamil Nadu plant has been termed as 1,001. So whatever the costs have been moved over the 1,000 plants and 1,001 plant. So what could be their decision is they could go to the same company code. They could have been to the different company codes based on the company's discretion. Like they want all the costs in the same company code. Just for example, the best practice here is to use one company code for a general region. Like for India, they are going to use only one company code for a region. Okay? Based on the different company code, if suppose they go to Europe, and there are multiple countries in the Europe as well, and for every country code, there are going to be the different tax benefits for the customers and different tax benefits to them for the plant organization. So they will create a different company codes and controlling it here. Company code is the smallest unit in the financial accounting with its set of accounts for external reporting. So this is something which is designed for finding out the profitability and finding out the total expenses, whatever has been incurred in the financial year. These two things are clear. Controlling area, company code. However, after this, we are not going to use these two words in any of our other training. This is just for design purpose. Okay, let me give you another example so that it will be bit more clear. So whenever you have been given a raw SAP systems, and you were asked to complete an implementation and you were asked to have a new system design, then what you will be asking to the top business client is that how many clients we have, how much control, how what number of the controlling areas we are going to design our system, how many company codes. Basically, you are going to ask that number of regions you are just hello.
Yeah, I'm getting it. Yeah. So basically, three C's actually decide. Even in Oracle, one is currency, another is chart of account, and another is calendar. Actually, it's not in SAP, but so the three things actually decide. Any one of this is different for a particular region or geography. You actually set up another controlling area or company code in your case, right?
So in SAP systems, I will show you today as well. Few things like how the maintenance plants and how the company codes are putting the cost there. Okay. So these three C's are defined. First is the client. Suppose whenever we go to our SAP systems and enter to, we have client, controlling area, and the company code. Suppose when you get this screen as an entry screen, you feel that client is there. So this is the thing where you find out that the client is only one for one thing. There could be number of different clients. There could be, like I have never worked for the Maximo, but yes, I have worked for SAP systems. So what actually is the landscape design here is, the development systems, the quality systems, the production systems, and sometimes pre-production systems as well. So what is actually a difference among those systems is you have the development system. There are again two clients in those two development systems. Why only development systems has two clients? Because first client is mostly derived for having the configuration systems. First client is mostly the configuration system. You are only going to do the configuration there, SPRO settings, and all other settings. And rest, we come to the next client, next development client only. It could be like 100 and 110. Then when we come to the another client, at that time, those systems are mostly used for the testing systems and the sandbox testing. The configurations, whatever you have done in the golden client, will move to the development client finally by a transaction, STC1. Okay. And then the testing is performed. And whatever the development, like the coders development, the web development, those developments were performed in the testing client only, the sandbox client. And then the testing has been performed there. Okay. Upon the successful testing, those things will be moved to the quality system. Again, the user acceptance testing would be done there, and the user is happy with the code changes or user is happy with the system. Then you are ready for the production movement. So another catch here is the pre-production system. Pre-production system is usually designed for the change managers and a very high level testing. So to adapt the production system, see, client quality systems has very less data. Production systems are having very large amount of data, and all the scenarios working. And pre-production system is being copied periodically to the production systems. So checking on the pre-production systems is also beneficial for the clients. So in this case, we have talked about 4 clients, but the original client which is working here is only the production client. Okay. And once we get into here, we are later going to talk about the multiple regions. Suppose in the Europe, we have some number of countries. There are 17 plants there. Then there could be a different company code which is governing those things. In India regions, there could be somewhere around 20 plants. There will be a different company code, and those company code are going to governing those things, and those policies are being governed by those controlling areas. So the cost for the India will covering Indian controlling area, Indian company codes, and same for the Europe and same for the Americas. The different controlling areas. It's completely a business decision and business setup how they want to design those things. And these 3 things are completely done by finance. We have an SAP Plant Maintenance. We have zero role for doing all these 3 things. But yes, it is very important to know about these things, because until these things are not done, you will not be able to assign or define any maintenance planning plan and maintenance plans. So 3 C's have been completed. Now we talk about this complete structure. This complete structure consists of 2 types of plans. One is maintenance plant and another is planning plan. What actually you think will be the difference here in these 2 things? As the name suggests, that planning plant is doing the planning and the maintenance plant is the maintenance plant which is working actually. In case of planning plant, just like, let me give you an example. Somewhere in India, that there is a head office for the headed India region. Okay. So what will happen there? Like the financial decisions or the maintenance decisions or all the decisions could have been taken in the planning plan or could have been taken in the different planning plans. There could be number of planning plant and there could be one maintenance plant. Again, there is a catch here. Like there are three kinds of planning is done. There are three kinds of planning. 1 minute, let's do this. We have completely three kinds of planning. Centralized planning, partially centralized planning, and decentralized planning. Suppose we have 1,000 plants in one. Just suppose we say that, okay, what is the planning plant? Planning plant is completely that plant which is liable to take all the maintenance decisions. Maintenance planning plant only. Maintenance planning plant is liable to take all the decisions for the planning plant. Okay, all the planning for any kind of maintenance is being done in the planning plant only. You get this point?
When you say planning, means detail planning or all sorts of planning?
Every planning. Okay. Every kind of planning. Suppose, just giving you another example, like just for example, if I say in the terms of plant maintenance, suppose you have a machinery got breakdown. Okay, you have got a machine breakdown and it is not producing anything. So what is the first part you will be doing? First part, the machine user, the person who is using the machine or handling the machine will inform the teams that this machine is not working. So what the maintenance planner will do? Then it is related to the maintenance planner. Then the maintenance planner will first identify what are the problem. Once the problem is identified, then he will plan things. What is the next action required for the machinery? What could be the number of resources required? What could be the material input or the products required here, and what are the another things which we will require here for the further completion of the maintenance. So actually, he is only planning things. Okay, maintenance is being done in a different part. Maintenance would have been done in a Gujarat organization. Maintenance would have been done in the Tamil Nadu organization, Tamil Nadu part. Anywhere, it can be anywhere. Okay, so the thing is here again we talk about the control. Control is with the planning plant. Planning plant is still in the maintenance plant. So this is a major catch here. You could have got in previous interview questions.
So you are putting it under a maintenance plant, which indicates that for each maintenance plant I have a planning plant, right?
No, there is a two-way.
Okay.
Just one query, I think, related on that. Like, as you're saying, the planning plant is a controlling plant. So, controlling in terms of what? Like inventory or financial costs, like controlling what?
It is not about the inventory. It is not about the resources. See, it is all about the planning. Suppose you are getting a complaint. Or you got some things to complete the maintenance. Then in those cases, you will be discussing about the planning plans. Actually, planning plans I will show you. You can see that this is the planner group and this is the planning plan and this is our maintenance. One more place where you can simply see the planning plan as per the company code. This is the maintenance plan. We mark things as a maintenance plan and this is the planning plan. So just like things is, maintenance plan is going to decide what is the location where the things are worked, and planning plan is for those things where the planning for that maintenance is performed. Suppose you have got a complaint. Suppose, just for example, you have got a complaint that these things are not working correctly. You are going to refer things to your elder organization or means the elder offices. Like in the case of Wiki, if we talk about things in this way, that problem occurred at the Gujarat office. Suppose a machinery problem has occurred at the Gujarat office. They could have discussed this with the head office that what should we do now? This could be the different thing. So it is just like giving authority. If they have been given such authority or not. Okay. So that's why there is three kinds of planning has been used. First is centralized planning. Second one is partially centralized, and third one is decentralized. As of nowadays, everywhere, mostly we find out that decentralized planning is being used. So in this case, all is like, suppose if there was a fault in the Gujarat office, machineries are not working, then for those things, Gujarat office is only responsible. They have all the rights. To perform the maintenance, to check the maintenance, to plan the maintenance, to allocate the resource, to allocate the task list, to allocate the inventory as well. Okay. So this is kind of one-to-one mapping, completely for the one-to-one mapping. Suppose we have a plant like our system, whatever we are going to see. we have plant. This could be our planning plant, okay, and this will be our maintenance plant. They both will always be same. This is the decentralized planning. In India, still we have some projects. In India, mostly in India, there are some projects where we still using those kind of plannings. Somewhere the parent plant is always the 1,000 plant, and there could be different plants. N number of plants can be there, which are planned in such a way. How so? Why so? Because the decision authorities are still not given or not transferred to those planning plants. They are still lined with the head offices or the planning plants. However, they both are completely interlinked.
Got it.
Planning plant assignments. I will show you how we do in the system right now. But is there anything you want to have any problem here?
I'm not following planning plant. Like okay, I get that they do the planning, but why is it called a plant?
It is called the planning plant because all the planning for any kind of operation, for any activity, for any failures, all those lies with that plan. Suppose just in a very simple example, some PL has given a work to you. He has not defined any parameters. You have completed that work. That is okay. The work is submitted. Fine. But what happens if the problem arises? Suppose you have got a Word, MS Word is not working. So what you will do? You will simply go to your technical team. The problem does not allow you. Problem does not give you a decision. Systems and the policies does not allow you to debug or to troubleshoot that MS Office, why the MS Office is not working. You simply raise it to your higher authority that this MS Office is not working and please provide me this thing. Until then, your work will be on hold. Hope you got this point.
Sorry, between the connection and it's not a perfect connection and I'm having trouble understanding you. What's not allowing you to do the work?
Okay, this example does not seem to fair. In that case,
why it is called as plant. Okay, planning is, I think Tim understood.
Yeah.
The question is like why you call it as a plant. Okay, planning plant. So the word plant is, I think the question is there.
Yeah, even I had a very general question about the plant maintenance itself. Plant, why is it called plant maintenance? I know it is probably suitable for a manufacturing. So there is a manufacturing plant.
I think the SAP, evolved and, implemented.
Yeah, it was meant for that manufacturing facilities and later it has been generalized. That could be the reason.
Yeah, but they're still sticking with that word plant, which is causing all the confusion.
Yeah, because all the application is built around that, right? They don't want to change it, it seems. So the core is the same. So that's a question, Rahul. So it's the plant is confusing. Plant makes sense in a manufacturing facility, but in another service industries like utilities and things like that, right? We are not focused around a plant, right?
Okay.
So that's where the question comes around. So that's
Let me give you why it is called as a plant, why it is called a plant maintenance. Hence, I am really glad that you have asked such a question as well. We can simply call it as a planning, but we need to know how we are going to define that thing. Who is the planning here? Just to introduce things in a hierarchical manner, and why it is called a plant. In a hierarchical manner, if we are going step by step, who is going to be termed as a planner? Means in a planning plant. Why it is termed as a plant? Because we are talking about the complete manufacturing utility or a manufacturing factory as a plant. We will terming as a one plant. That's why it is plant maintenance. Otherwise, it would have also been termed as manufacturing maintenance or factory maintenance or any another thing. So that's why it starts with the plant, as we have given a unit of manufacturing unit or any another utility unit as of one plant. One plant giving is a term. That's why it is different. It is termed as a planning and maintenance plants.
I think when we say plant, right, it is been envisioned as a facility, a covered facility under which some production or something is happening, right? But it is not necessarily true for all industries, right? The maintenance could happen on any asset, even asset which is, say, a utility industry, right? The maintenance can happen on a port, which is on beside the road, right? So it's not happening in a plant. So that's where the question comes. So the word plant is confusing. It makes sense when we envision from a manufacturing facility because all the maintenance happening under the roof, which we called it as a plant, which could be a facility, which is a production unit or anything of that sort. But when the maintenance is happening elsewhere, right, say on customer asset, say a meter fixed on the customer premise, right, say your electric meter, there's a maintenance needs to be done, which is typically a maintenance scenario for a utilities industry, right, electric utility industry. So the maintenance is happening on a customer premise, right? So it's not a plant actually. So that's where the question arose. The plant is not a general terms, right? It is concise. It is basically reducing the scope of plant maintenance to a manufacturing facility, right? So that's where the question arises. So we understand that plant term is confusing, but you understood the context where the question comes, right?
Okay.
Right.
See, yeah. I will tell you one more thing here. I was in Kochi International Airport once when I was completing the implementation. I completed their SAP systems, completely designed. Here we also call Airport Terminal 1 as a different plant, Terminal 3 as a different plant, and Terminal 2 as a different. So yes, this is a plant maintenance terminology, you can say.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a terminology. So Tim, that is what. So you got it right. It's a term SAP is using, or it could be any facility for that matter. So need not just not confuse with the plant as a manufacturing facility, but it is a general term SAP is using.
But it is a bit confusing at the time when we are using centralized planning and when we are using partially centralized planning. At that time, we have read about the decentralized, where maintenance plant and the planning plant, they both are same. Okay. And in the case of partially centralized, what happens is they copy the case for both. In such a cases, like offshores are being controlled by one single plant, like some offshores are being controlled by one single plant, and the major cities like zero. And if I call a major cities like major countries, they are going to be ruled by one on one. So this is a very real practice you will not easily find out. But yes, this practice also exists in our system. So again, what is centralized planning? Centralized planning is there is only one decision maker. There is only one decision maker for everything. That is centralized planning. You will have to reach out to the head offices or the maintenance planning plant for every decisions. That is the centralized planning. Partially centralized is the way of we have the both facilities available. Only the offshore which don't have the decision powers, they reach out to these maintenance plants, and those have the powers, they reach out. They can maintain their self directly. And the same goes with the decentralized. Decentralized maintenance plant is also act as a maintenance planning plant. Now the thing is plant section, planner group, and works.
I just wanted to reiterate and understand this thing. So, for example, we have an oil and gas. So we have FPSOs, right? And these FPSOs can be in various different locations extracting oils, right? And these FPOs will probably there is mostly the maintenance for these FPOs is planned somewhere offshore on a particular place. Like it could be anywhere, any location. For example, it's in Bangalore. So this will be the case of your centralized, right? So there's one place in Bangalore that's planning all of your maintenance for all of the FPSOs in whatever location.
Yes, yes, it is. And it is not necessary that the offshores are being originally limited by or governed by the centralized planning. Offshores are also can be a part of the decentralized planning. Yes, I was just giving an example at that time that most of the time only offshores are, as of now, what I worked on are various projects. Then I found out that mostly offshore. Some of the offshores which are governed by only one plant which is near to that. So just for example, like if you got
even an example. Yes, I got that point.
Again, if I give you an example, just like say that nowadays there is an advantage going on for wind turbine industries. So wind turbine industries are normally operating in the islands over the seas. So those are the areas, and there could be number of islands in that region, and they are going to be governed by one state nearest to them. That could be the planning plan for them. This is also useful at the time when we are talking about the cost making, finding out the real expenditures over the turbines or over the.
Okay.
So the transaction I've used here is SPRO. PRO is the transaction which we use here to go for migrating as configuration in the system. So once you get the system and it is configured up to the controlling area company codes, then what plant maintenance systems will do here is define maintenance plant and maintenance planning plants. So in our use, we have already defined one maintenance plant here, plant 1710. This is the only configuration which we need to do for the plants. Rest other plants configurations are being handled by the materials team. And then we go for the assignment. See, if we have two plants, like one maintenance planning, we have one planning plant and one maintenance plan. Then we could have defined here. We have not defined only one. We could have defined two: one maintenance planning plan and one planning plan. Maintenance plant and planning plan, two things. Okay, but here we only talk about the decentralized part. And even in any case, if you want to talk about the centralized planning as well, we can easily talk there as well. Okay. Once we identify those plants, rate those plants, then we will go for the assignment.
So if you go back to that screen, that maintenance plan. So all these entries, all are planning plans, or from how many? 7 entries of all?
These all are the planning plans. And see, terminology here completely says that maintenance planning plan. All the plants, whatever are going to be involved in the plant maintenance, either it could be a maintenance plan, either it could be a planning plan. You must need to define that here. Okay. Currently here, all our plants and all our planning plans. When we go to the next node, now we are going to see, this is the definition part. We have started defining our things: enterprise structure, definition, maintenance planning plan. Now we are going for the assignment part. Okay. Now what we will do, we will assign. We will define that which is the plant and which is the planning plan for that plant. Okay. Just like that, we have defined here for our plant, this plant, that this is the case of decentralized planning. Again, this is again a case of decentralized planning. And just like if we talk about that, this case, what will happen in this case? This case is centralized planning. This case is simply a case of centralized planning. Right? 17 is governing 1020. Okay. And if complete set is in our system, then one plant is governing themselves, and one plant is governing two plants, then it is completely partially centralized. And if case of third case, if we simply remove this, and there are completely decentralized planning, that every plant is authorized to plan their own life or plan their own maintenance and take over this process. So this is how we are going to configure these two things. These two things are assigned.
So where we define plant actually? So I think we directly jump to
plant definition is being done by
other team.
Plant requests are being planned, and all the configuration for the plants are being done by the maintenance sales management team, MMT, SAP MMT, and another teams. Okay. So when this is the very first step, if you start the SAP PM end-to-end implementation, then you will get the plans defined by the different teams, okay, and finance teams, currency definitions, controlling definitions, these places where all the things have been already defined. Then you will go for the plant. And here, this is complete fun. Once the plant has been defined by them, then it can be termed as the further. It's termed further that if it is going to be used for maintenance or not. Okay. So if any plant you try to define a new plant which does not exist in SAP client directory, then it will simply give you error in the configuration itself. Hope you got my point. Plants are created by materials team, and at the starting when we are going for the controlling time.
Yeah, understood.
We have also learned about the assignment of the maintenance plant to the planning plant as well. Yes, please.
So it still makes sense if we just replace the word plant with group, right?
Replace the plants with?
If we just said planning group instead of planning plant, it all still makes sense, right?
No, it won't make sense because planner group is a completely different thing. I will come to that later. I will come to that part.
I mean, in this context of planning plant, the plant is the thing that does all the planning. So people would be in there making the plans. So a group of people could, I'm saying in this general context, not specifically in this plan, but when we think of a planning plant, we could also think of a planning group. The group of people that make the plans. The maintenance group is the group of people that do the maintenance.
That is the planner group. But see, in case of SAP systems terminology, we use a planning plant as well. Planning plant does not play a very important role. Planning plant does not play a very important role when we are talking about the decentralized planning. That is simply just the terminology given by systems to be used widely. Sometimes it is being used by different clients. Then it makes a sense when we are talking about the centralized planning or partially centralized. When we are talking only about the decentralized planning, then the role of the maintenance planning plant or the planning plant defines. Why so? Because maintenance plant and the planning plant, they both are always same. But it was actually important to give you a brief that there is still a technology, there is still a terminology or a technology given by SAP Plant Maintenance that you can perform on the centralized systems as well. Like if you want only one controller controlling a multiple plants or multiple warehouses at the same time, then that can still be done in SAP Plant Maintenance. But in the modern era, in the modern systems, whatever I have configured, they only solely use decentralized planning. So there will never be any kind of difference in the maintenance plant and the planning plant. But yes, this is SAP terminology calling them as a plant because they are treated as a whole and a plant. And those planning plants are governed by planner groups. Again, planner group is still a terminology. There is only one name given in the planner group. There are no number of resources assigned to that planner group as well.
So how about department? Would that be another way of thinking of it instead of plant, a department?
Yes, sort of. Planner groups work as a kind of department, like mechanical department, electrical department, technical department, the wiring department, and all other departments, just like those. Planner groups are configured. See, why we are looking on these things is just at the time of configuration or just at the time of any big troubleshoot. Okay, things is just like the data flows from this way to this way and this way to this way. Okay, until you have created a maintenance planning plant, then only the planning plant can be assigned. Locations can be assigned. Plant section, planner group can be assigned only after the planning plant, and later on the work center is created. Work center is created, and work center is created based on all this data. So this is a kind of a building block before we move out to our processes. This will not come at the later stage, but yes, this organizational structure is important. Any other thing for this maintenance plant and planning plan?
No.
See, I know that I understand that it's completely a new terminology that you are first time SAP systems use, and sometimes it's hard to find out comparing from ongoing Maximo system, whatever you use earlier. At this time, suppose if you are going to give me some kind of knowledge about the Maximo, then I also kind of find it hard to digest some of the information will be different to the some of the different information is completely different here. But yes, this is a very basic terminology, and I suggest you once to take this as a homework and read out that what actually is the organization SAP Plant Maintenance organization structure and why it is being used for that. Okay, means give it some time as well. You might get some questions for me as well, and you will get a good insight as well for this. But believe me, this is not going to be used anywhere as a thing. Planning plant and maintenance plant are going to be same for most of the organizations.
That is what I am thinking, Rahul. So in utilities, probably it will be, same. Okay, so
my point was to introduce you to all the possible things in the system. That's what.
Yeah, and I can see like maintenance plant is associated with a location, so it's more of a physical thing. While planning plant is not associated with a location, so it's more of a logical grouping, right?
Correct. Suppose this is a machinery. Okay, I've created this a master data. Suppose this is a kind of machinery. Okay, so what maintenance plant is going to define you? Maintenance plant is showing you that this machinery is located in this plant, and this is the location what we have read it here. What we read it here. Okay, so this is the location. There could be why locations are defined. Plant could be big enough to have number of locations. Sometimes the plants, like you have seen the large number of societies, they have block number A1, A2, A3, A4. So based on that, the locations are defined in our systems. I will show you where those locations are defined. And again, the rooms are also defined and the plant sections are also defined. This is all the physical, providing you the physical insights that where this thing is truly located. Organization data, planning plant and planner group. Planning plant simply defines who is the responsible for the planning of this machinery, and planner group as well. Planner group, which are the groups or a group of the persons which are responsible this planning. These all things are basically defined just to identify few things in the reports. These are given but not widely used, not used in every project. There are hundreds of the projects which I have seen. There is no planner group defined. These are only defined these are only defined when a business requires them. It is not mandatory to have a planner group for every asset. Okay.
So when preventive maintenance generates order for it, so it will go to this particular planner group or everyone can see it?
Suppose if I talk about the preventive maintenance will get generated and it will go to the defined and the desired planner group only, where you have defined. Planner group, whatever you have defined based on the work center, either it could be based on the work center or it could be that you have given a planner group. Actually, it does not go to the planner group. Actually, it is going to go to the maintenance planner for that maintenance plan. Actually, what happens when a preventive maintenance is executed? It generates number of service orders or work orders, and maintenance planner has a task to get daily reports and identify that which maintenance is pending. And based on their inputs, the maintenance is assigned to the different technicians and the laborers and the team. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so can you click organization one more time, please? Yeah. So maintenance planner and this planner groups are two different terminology, right? Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
But everywhere you will find a planner group. Maintenance planner is a role. Maintenance planner is just a role defined for organizations. Maintenance planner is not anything which means there are some fields for the maintenance planner. But yes, maintenance planner, what I am saying here is that's a terminology, just a person who is working on the ground.
Okay.
Just for example, like you have raised a complaint. When you have raised the complaint, then the complaint is first to be handled by the maintenance planner, or a technician is being assigned only by the maintenance planner. Like suppose what happens when you got a complaint, you will raise a ticket. Ticket will have been read by the teams of experts, and based on their inputs, they will assign the team ticket to either the mechanical department, there could be electrical department, there could be the another department. Based on their inputs only, they will be forwarding the request.
Yeah.
The plant sheet works. We have done things here. Now all our configurations will be working here in plant maintenance and customer services.
How you did that? Search is in instruction.
Control F. You can simply search anything. You are not really finding out the code, then you can simply search out for that field and it will provide you all the results. And it is pretty fast and it was quite very slow in the earlier plant system. So in here, we are going to define our plant sections. If we have any plant sections in here, then we can simply define that. So what actually is required? We simply want a plant name and the section name.
So it is only for the reporting purpose or does it control something?
It is only for the reporting purpose. It gives you a brief idea where things are going and who is responsible. Sometimes, yes, you can contact these persons if the system is working in a very efficient manner. Things have been configured means it's completely on the basis that if business wants to provide details of every planner group into the systems, then yes, it could give you a completely different functionalities as well. Like planner groups, responsible persons, and those things. Plant section is the location. Location is again a different thing.
You broke up there right at the end. Did you say the section is the list of the actual people that do things?
List what people do?
That just do the work?
Yeah, that will be provided. That will also provided that what sort of work you will be doing in here. And we also provide you a configuration document. Yes, plant sections. We have defined the plant sections like defining in a more bifurcated way. Like you have talked about Gujarat plant, but that Gujarat plant is at somewhere, and in that Gujarat plant there could be unit A1, unit A2, and unit A3. So based on that bifurcation, if you wanted those bifurcations to be given in the assets, okay, then it is being defined here. Hope you got this point. Okay, apart from this, leave this. Let's talk about any.
Sorry, I was on mute. So I didn't quite follow that. So the plant sections, it lists the people that are actually in that do the work, right?
No.
So what's this list of people?
I will tell you that. See, in here is the employee group responsible. Just like in a big societies, we have somewhere around 4 to 10 towers in our societies. So for every society, there is a tower 1, if we call it tower 1, tower 2, and tower 3. And here, the contact number which is given here is just for the contacting the employee group for the Tower 1 contact number, Tower 2 contact number, and the Tower 3 contact number. Depending on the business needs, it is not fixed. See, in SAP, most of the things are given in a different way that you can use it for various business requirements. It is not necessary that it is fixed that you will be using these employee group responsible and the phone numbers for that use only. Okay. But here it fixes that the plant section can be this plant section can be contacted by this contact number, and this is the person name or the group name which is working there. Hope this clears your issue.
So the plant section tells you what group or people or group you can contact for that.
Plant section is only going to give you detail about the plant, a bifurcation of the plant. That plant has this number of sections. Suppose you talk about any big plant, then the plant has a mechanical section or electrical section. That in that way, plant has a very big unit. Then there could be different units like hall number 1, hall number 2, or unit number 3, or unit number 4 in a same place. So based on those things, the different bifurcation is done here.
Okay, so you started off with a list of people. Now you're talking about halls, which is a physical location.
Yeah, it is completely about the physical location.
It's a physical section. I think the employee mentioned here is just a point of contact. So it's a physical section, and who is responsible for that section? That's what that employee group responsible is given. But the plant section is a physical section. Okay, thanks.
Is it only linked to the planning plans, or because the diagram shows that it is linked to the planning plan, right? So, like maintenance plant, we cannot define the plant sections for maintenance plant.
No, it's again two-way. So it is for the maintenance plant only. It is not for the planning plant. In our case, what happens is it is for both the maintenance plant and the planning plant, because we were working in a decentralized setup.
That is fine, but my question is, if let's say that plant is not being defined as a planning plant, will it appear in the plant section, whatever application or that module?
If it is not defined in the planning plant, yes, it will appear. All the plants, whatever we define here in the enterprise structure, will appear there. As well, and the system will allow you to bifurcate them with the plant section.
Yeah, so even if it's a manufacturing plant, still you can define the structure, right?
Yes, it could be a manufacturing plant, it could be any plant. I've told you one example earlier. That I was working for CIL. They have defined 3 plants, 3 completely different plants, Terminal 1, Terminal 2, and Terminal 3. Okay, and if they are not using in that manner, then what they could have defined it, they have defined it a single airport plant, okay, and 3 different plant sections, and these plant sections will then be assigned to every asset, so to easily identify later on. Okay. Suppose in asset, what is the use of those things? The use for those things is these are defined in this plant section. So sometime later, you wanted a report that I want a report of all those assets which are there in that plant and in that unit. Okay. So in that manner, you will get the simple reports. So the number of classification you will be providing here and starting in the configuration, that will give you a very efficient reports. The less number of data we will provide in our systems, classifications, that will to provide you the more poor reports at the end. So suppose if I talk about a big plant like we are talking here in the decentralized setup, like this. So we have 2 plants, and in this plant we have 2 sections. Suppose we have a section A and a section B. If we are not going to define those things, then we will only get to see the report of all the assets, whatever the plant 17. Okay, and if we want a kind of report or the reportings where we want bifurcated report that how many assets we have in the plant section A and how many assets are in the plant section B, then we can do that as well. Room, same case. So all these things are defined in the configuration in the same manner. Even location is also defined in the same manner. Like you can see these fields.
I was about to ask that question. There's plant section and location what's the relationship?
See, all these things are provided here for a different bifurcation. The more bifurcation they have given you, so if you want to use, then you can use it. If you don't want to use those bifurcation, you can simply don't use. Okay. See, in the enterprise structure,
I know when we define this, it basically controls the approval workflow. So in that particular section, if there is a workflow which needs approval, it will go to that particular group of people. Okay. So such kind of control is there, then just let us know in advance. If it is just for the reporting purpose, then probably we can skip it. Or it is controlling some accounting. Okay. I don't know how your credit or debit account will appear. Okay. So like in Oracle EB suite, it will come from the, the org structure itself, inventory org. Okay. Which is, so below that, there is no control. So at what level in the structure it is controlling? If these sections, what you are defining is controlling any of these things, like workflow or maybe accounting, then just let us know. If it is just for the classification purpose, then okay. I mean, it's fine.
Okay, but believe me, this is very important in SAP terms. Why so? Because costing here and the workflows, these all are the very customized things. They hardly require any intervention. All the costs mostly can be seen in the reports very easily. But yes, if we go more onto these locations, plant sections, and another things, then we will get a broader view. Okay. Then we will get a more broader view of different cost accountings. If you are only interested in the cost for the plant, then these are very negligible things. You can simply ignore them. If you are much interested about the particular device bifurcation, and the most important use for the plant maintenance is to know about which machine is profitable to you and which machine is a liability to you. This is the major use of the plant maintenance. Then as a consultant, I would simply suggest you to provide more bifurcations to the customers. At last, it's only customers saying that if they want those things or not. But yes, see, this is the node for most of the things at the organizational structures are being configured in the enterprise structure only, like define location. And suppose I will go to this. So these locations are going to give you a complete address, set of address, and where these things are located. It will also give you the name of the person or the name, like what location. Suppose if it is in Gujarat, Ahmedabad, then at what location, further location bifurcation is there. You can do another location bifurcation with this thing.
Just a related question. Yes. Location here, is it like independent of the plant section or is it like in the hierarchy below the section? Plant section?
No, it is dependent of the plant. See, once we go beyond the plant, everything is dependent on the plant.
I'm saying plant section. We did one more term.
No, plant section is completely different thing. Plant section is a completely different thing. Location is completely different thing. Locations are decided on the maintenance plant, like the physical plant. All these things are the physical plant.
Location is a physical, where the actual equipment will reside.
So my coordinate will be on location, not on section, right?
This is we talking about the plant. This is not actually for the asset, but yes, this will give you a brief idea that where actually the asset is. But the more brief idea will be given by another master data functional location. That is going to define you the correct and the exact location for any asset.
So F-lock and location are different. Huh?
Which thing?
Okay. F-lock, functional location and location are different.
Functional location and locations are different. Okay.
Yes, they are completely different. Functional locations are something which is going to define you the complete structure where the actually asset is, and locations are just defining for the part of the plant.
But then plant section is also right. But then what is plant section? That is also part of the plant, right? Like as you said, hall 1, hall 2, hall 3.
Yes, that is also a part of the plant.
Yeah.
These all things are given in SAP systems just to identify if you have any further bifurcation. If you want to provide any further bifurcation, then you can do this. It is not mandatory.
Is it like, for example, there's a power generation, right? I mean, there's a power generation company. So it has like turbine area, boiler area, then CHP, then switchyard. So all of these are plant sections, or is it something else?
These could have been plant sections. Only if they are defined in such a way.
Okay, so it depends on how we define it.
Yes, completely. It depends on how.
So if we like the question other way around is if we define these plant section that way, like this boiler area, compressor area, then do we need to define the locations?
Not important. It's completely up to you. See, 1 minute. I will go to work live.
Is the location drilled down of a plant section?
No, that is, I think, independent planning. Yeah, that is what I'm trying to understand.
See, even SAP suggests this thing that, hello? Yeah. Even SAP suggests that this specification of a maintenance object where this object is located. Okay. So you can either give, see, this is the configuration thing. This is not going to be changed. This is not going to be added on a daily basis. This is something which is added once in a year or maximum like sort changed once or twice in a life duration. Okay. Again, room. This is again added once in a duration, once at the time of implementation or once at the time something. Okay. So these three fields are given in organizational structure to identify your physical object. In what kind of plant? Suppose you have given as a plant, we have given US plant. What location could have been given? Another state from the US can be given here as a location. Okay. Plant section could have been given in which part of the plant, or it could have been also used as a person responsible for the plant, or any another way can be used it here. For this field, there could be multiple uses. It completely depends on the business process and the business use. It is not hardly defined that the room is going to be only used when the machine or the object is in somewhere or room or somewhere is in the hall. Okay. Hope you got
this plant section, the location should have some linkage to the plant section, right? Can we associate a totally unrelated plant section?
Yeah. So SAP documentation also suggests that the number which clearly identifies a plant section. So in a very large plants, it's very hard to identify the assets at the time when the technician is moving there. Okay. So to have easy decision and the early decision, the number of details which are identified and attached in the assets will give you this much data, and this will enable you to have decision making easily and also at what plant location this object is standing. Suppose just for an example, like you all work from TCS, and TCS there could be different buildings you are assigned to. If there was any maintenance thing or if your laptop is assigned at somewhere, so what could have been written? It could have been written somewhere like the plant India. Okay, it could have been written like what state it was in and what section it was in. If it was in somewhere in SGB1, SGB2 or SGB3s or something like those, at what ODC could have been. So it's a way to bifurcate your plants in a different manner. Hope you got now.
So the address below is associated with this location or with the address attribute?
Yes, yeah, that will come later because we are not talking about that address right now, please. That is completely different master data. We will talk that later.
Okay, so it is not associated with this location, right?
Yes. As of now, it is not associated with this location. Okay. So now we'll talk about the work center. Getting late. Okay, we will start work center. Because work center is going to take another 1 hour. Let's complete these things. What we have dropped in here. We have already talked about the various plants. Various maintenance activities. These will come up in a later stage. Our maintenance strategies over time. Maintenance strategies over time. That we will discuss at the time of maintenance strategy. See, this thing is a bit important. Currently, we are talking about the plant maintenance, and there is one more thing is highly associated with plant maintenance is customer service. We are going to take only a brief idea about the customer services because our scope, customer services is very limited here. Okay. Suppose Maruti Suzuki is manufacturing and they are maintaining their own plant. They are spending number of items to repair their machineries and repair every other thing. What would be the case when Maruti Suzuki is repairing the cars which are already sold to a customer? Then at that moment, we call that as a customer services model. Things have been changed drastically from one place to another. Just take a simple example that you own a Maruti and you just visit the customer services for a repair or a yearly services. Then in that manner, Maruti Suzuki will make their ledger book as a customer services model. In that case only, there will be revenue generation, there will be services are also provided to the customer, and there is the expenses also. But that is the thing coming along with some revenues.
So why is it drastically different?
Why it is drastically different? This is completely different. Why? plant maintenance and customer services, they both share all the master data. They both have all the same processes. The integration made them changes different. Integration changes is when we are talking about the plant maintenance, we are working or we are maintaining only those assets which are owned by us. Maruti is maintaining only those assets for in plant maintenance which are owned by Maruti Suzuki. Okay.
Owned by who?
Owned by Maruti Suzuki.
I'm sorry, I'm not catching that.
Okay.
Owned by what?
Just say Suzuki.
It's
a Suzuki. It's a company, automobile company.
Suzuki. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so it's owned by Suzuki. Okay.
Okay. Suppose Suzuki is having a paint plant where they color the cars and their parts. So what happened if there was any damage in that plant? Then Suzuki is repairing that plant, and the cost, whatever they spend in the plant, is covered in the plant maintenance cost. Okay. And suppose you own a car and you got a dent on your car and you take it to the service center. And when you get that repaired, again the Suzuki is doing the repair for that services. But Suzuki does not own that vehicle. That vehicle is completely owned by you. Suzuki is providing the services. Suzuki is giving the services. Suzuki is charging you. So for Suzuki, the working on their plant is the expense only, and working on that car, which is not owned by Suzuki right now, is revenue generation, because you pay for the services you are going to take. Either it's a free services, but yes, that is covered under contract.
So in case of utility, the meter is owned by the customer, but it is being repaired by the utility company, and customer actually paying for it, right? So that is what you're saying.
Correct. Just for a simple example, that all of you own air conditioners in your home, and whenever you call any service agent, they simply put up the company technician arrives and complete the services and provide you the bill, and you pay to them. So actually the services has been done by the Voltas company, and in that services they are earning something. So they are generating the revenues out of that services. So all those services are coming under the customer services module. Same transactions are being used for the plant maintenance and customer services. Okay. Same notifications, a bit difference in the order as well, because in PM systems the orders does not contain revenue. In customer services, the orders contains the revenues. Okay. When there is a customer services module, the thing is more interrelated with sales domain.
So revenue is the main difference.
Yes. If you can also call it as a hairline difference. Suppose somewhere at a time I was taking these are the very good interview questions as well. That what is the basic difference between the plant maintenance and the customer services? So there is a only hairline difference, that you are earning money when you are doing customer services, and you are only spending money when you are doing plant maintenance. Okay.
So is it a drastic difference or a small difference? What's the drastic difference?
So the drastic difference comes at the time of the processes. My mistake, I might have used the wrong word here. Processes are mostly oriented to the sales oriented processes. If we talk about some of the processes, like contractual agreements are there. Based on those contractual agreement, warranties are being checked. Based on those warranties, a repair has been done. So this is a very big change, and some of the changes, like only preventive maintenance has been done for both the cases in very simply, and the very simple difference in both the case of the preventive maintenance done for the plant maintenance and done for the customer services is the money. In plant maintenance, you are simply shelling out money to maintain your plant.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which document is automatically created when a maintenance notification reaches the required status? Option A, purchase order. Option B, service entry sheet. Option C, maintenance order. Option D, goods receipt. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, want to become a pro at managing maintenance work? Our SAP Plant Maintenance course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Plant Maintenance. It's like a toolkit for keeping equipment and plants running smoothly, from tracking repairs to planning maintenance schedules. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's created by experts who know SAP inside and out. Your instructors are seasoned pros ready to help you understand and answer any questions. And don't just take our word for it, our students love this course too. People like you have found this course incredibly valuable and practical. Best part? It's affordable, so you can learn without spending a fortune. Ready to master SAP Plant Maintenance? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, check out ZaranTech's website.
First, let me go through, we'll understand normal terminologies, okay, with respect to SAP Plant Maintenance is concerned. Before that, I will take you SAP version. Okay, anyone means, I hope you guys didn't work up previously, some are end users, some are new to SAP. So I will take you first before, okay, we can call it as means current or old version of this SAP, okay. It is SAP ECC. Okay, hope one majority of guys, anyone heard about this SAP ECC? It's fine. E means ERP. Okay, what is ERP again? ERP is Enterprise Resource Planning. This is E. And what is the another C and C? It is called Central Component. Okay, this is called ECC. Earlier it was there. Okay, and in this, the latest version was version 6. In that, there were enhancement packages. Latest package was 8. After that, there was a new product from SAP. It is called SAP S4 HANA. Everyone might have heard about this. There is no space between S/4 and HANA. Okay, S4 HANA. This is all about the software. Means we will be learning this SAP S4 HANA. I will show you a bit how it was. Not user interface. There are initially as a layman you should understand it is a user interface changes, and of course next comes the functionality changes. You have seen earlier how the mobile were some version new mobile it comes, the new functionalities will be there, right? New Android version, new user interface. Earlier example, say you receive the call with you slide that particular button from upwards or rightwards, new functionalities. In WhatsApp, we used to reply, how we will reply for the WhatsApp messages and all. Earlier we used to select that and go for a reply option. So now if you slide left side, you can reply, right? All those new functionalities has been added with respect to this ECC is concerned. And of course there is an user interface, new user interface. It is called Fury. We'll talk about this later. Then again, technical part. There is an HANA database, okay, of SAP itself. These are the things new. In detail, we will see it later. Yes.
What is the current version of SAP S4 HANA?
Yes. SAP S4 HANA, there are again in this, when we'll talk about, there are two things. One is on-premise. Another one is called cloud-based. Okay. In this on-premise, the latest version is 2023. Okay, 2023. I will show you how you can check in the system. Okay, normally everyone is upgrading to now. Who has S4 HANA, they are getting upgraded to 2023 one. And who doesn't have, of course, they are going for S4 HANA new version itself. And there is a cloud version. In this cloud, again, there are two things. One is private cloud, another one is public cloud. Okay. In this particular private cloud, again, there is a version called 2024. Means example say, you will go for every 6 months, there is a new upgradation. It will come. Okay. For Feb 1.02 version and 08 we will call it as. Okay. That is an August version yet to release. Either they'll release it. In cloud is concerned. Okay, this is on year basis. The latest is, as of now, it is 2023 version. Okay, and we will discuss what is cloud and how it will be private and public and how this asset management differs. Although SAP S4 HANA means earlier it was a plant maintenance module. Now it is called asset management. People will call it as an enterprise asset management also, but as a standard, normally we will call it as an asset management. Okay, the core subject, anyway, the plant maintenance is concerned. That remains the same. Okay, why we require plant maintenance? Yeah, anyone? Why we require plant maintenance?
To improve the efficiency of the assets.
Assets? Oh, good. Increase the efficiency.
To manage your assets and to proactively maintain your equipment.
Manage is a very good word, right? Yeah, manage assets first of all.
Or to optimize cost.
Optimize cost. That is also a very good point. Yeah.
And increase the life cycle of the asset.
Yes, increase this life cycle of asset. Correct. Very good. These are the big words, right? Now earlier, we used to represent only, say, one equipment. Now it has become a great asset. Okay, we should means here we'll call increase of asset or optimize that particular asset, or you manage those assets.
Okay, whatever you have in the system. Okay, can anyone give a better any one example of any one plant which we consider here after manufacturing plant?
You mean like a Toyota automotive manufacturing?
Auto?
Like Toyota manufacturing, that kind of example plant?
Okay, Toyota manufacturing. Okay, we'll use this Toyota then. Okay, anyone knows like any flow of this Toyota overview or flow chart? Technical I'm talking about. Any idea?
Or maybe a power plant would be better, because I know some of us work with the utility companies.
Okay, good. Utility, that is also good. Anyone related to your project also, it will be better, so that you'll have a more idea of that particular project. Yeah. Utility, can you name something? Some flow. Like I'll give an example. I'll go for a power plant. I'll give my example. So you'll go for the power plant. Like here, you're like generating an electricity. Then you require example, say it's a thermal power plant. The resources like you require is a coal. Then you'll have a coal handling unit first, right? Next, like you talk about example, say that you're feeding into the boiler. Okay, of course, there is a resource here like water get heated up. This is another one. Okay, next, again, you fed into the turbine. That separated steam. Okay, steam like you're feeding into the turbine. Next, again, that is coupled to your generator. Yeah, then here like you're transporting the electricity. Say like this, the few departments would be sufficient normally. Okay, later on we'll go in deeper way when we are dealing with the functional specifications. All those things, there are different terminologies. We will discuss all those things. Okay, any other one, any other departments also would be fine from your case. Anyone wants to tell about utility? Okay, as of now, like we'll consider this power plant only, the coal handling unit, all these things, Okay, now you can easily relate all this stuff, right? I don't stress on all these points, like why we require a plant maintenance module, all those things, because you worked on different softwares. Okay, anyone means in general, again, like just in single point, I will mention why we require any ERP software. This is one ERP software, right? Enterprise resource. Okay, for that, one of the module is plant maintenance. For many manufacturing setup or something, like why we require ERP? Anyone?
To have an end-to-end view on things, and so you can monitor all the aspects of various departments on the ERPs and plan your resourcing and material.
Now we will confine
things.
it to plant maintenance. Exactly. Okay, now, okay, fine. We understood that to loop up everything. Now we will confine it to plant maintenance. Then what will be your answers?
To track inventory.
Okay.
Financial reporting.
RMS.
Okay. Track inventory when it will come up. Okay, fine. Okay. Another one. Some points. Someone said something.
Resources. Human
resources. Okay. HRMS. Okay. Fine.
Financial reporting.
Okay. Okay. Like costing, I'll say like costing part.
Yeah.
Okay. Then like major points.
Maintenance history, failures, downtime.
Very good. We'll start with maintenance history, right? Always. Maintenance history. That is also a good point, like major points. Yeah. Among all these. Next, any other?
To track basically the data in terms of recording the equipment data, like characteristics and the things. We need a system to record the data.
Okay. Good. And okay. Means like you want to have a characteristics of equipments you're talking about, means machines. You should have a data of it. Yeah. Specifications. In general word, I'll tell you the specifications. Okay. You want to store those things. Okay. Fine. Next, everything. Next.
And maybe to track where are we in the workflow, like if it is a work order, whether it's approved, not approved, with the technician, waiting for scheduling. So
those are like, again, users of it, right? So here we'll have anyone heard about master data? See, if you go for any plant, they are not using any ERP software, right? Then if you ask them inventory or like you ask them assets, we are not bothered about the inventory, right? Inventory is taken care by the material management team. See who handles the stores, all those teams. But when you are a maintenance engineer, you ask any maintenance manager, okay, how many equipments are installed? Then what will be his answer? It is difficult. Like legacy system, how it was, conventional method. They used to write in a logbook, right? Notebook kind of thing. Like I'm talking about 10, 15 years back. Later onwards, like there was an Excel sheet there. They used to maintain everything. Okay, these are the equipments installed in our company. Say like there is a boiler, there are like some 100 pumps. Okay, some 10 transformers, like that. Whether they had any real-time data. Hope like you guys understand this real-time, right? What is real-time? Through this,
yes.
Like, yeah,
through Spartan can get the real-time data.
Exactly. You'll have a real-time. Say here also, you have a real-time data. Okay. How we'll get all those things we will discuss. Now you talk about say like again equipments, number of equipments. As a technical person, as a technical engineer or shop floor engineer, you should know like how many equipments. It will become difficult when you have like lakhs of equipments. You have like say 10,000 of equipments installed. How do you maintain all those things? It is difficult in your logbook. It is difficult, again, someone said like history. How you'll maintain a history of it? How you'll come to know like how many times a transformer was maintained? Right? That this is our main thing, right? Later stage it will come. See, transformer is there. How many times like this transformer was like maintained? What is the history of it? Of course, next it comes like inventory. What are like inventory? What are material or components were used for this maintenance? How many times this got failure due to say like some coil? All those things are there. So we should have first of all master data in the system. You understood the useness fullness of SAP, right? One thing. And then we should understand like others, like how you maintain the data. First of all, if you maintain, yeah. Now we'll go for one automobile industry, say like Toyota, and they want to manufacture some 10,000 cars per day. Okay, whether this 1,000 cars as a layman, like you understand, like it could be like different colors, all those things, right? Some will be like black color, some will be like example say red color or white color, whatever. All these details, where do you maintain? Anyone's at least like all this data comes under which type of module if you want to segregate it? Classification. Okay, then still dealing with what? This 1,000 cars is what? You want to produce this 1,000
Production
cars?
planning.
Production planning, very good. Production planning, okay. That you have planned everything. Means what are the specifications? What should be the engine type? All those things. Okay, you know about the different specifications of the cars, right? Some will have like automatic or gear system. Everything you are deciding. Example, say in a production planning one. Okay. Next, like once if you produce, you require certain raw materials for this. Example, say engine, all those things, car body, or like seats, all those things. Like where do you maintain all those stuff?
Item or material master. And
Material management. Material management. I am talking about purely like SAP modules. Okay. I am telling like why I will like explain you later why we require all these things. Okay. Next, like once you require these materials, means kind of a resources or consumables to manufacture this car. Okay, you are maintaining inventory, everything over here. Then once you manufacture the car, again you have to do the quality check of the car. Else, like you cannot sell it. It has to pass that quality, right? It's a major quality management. Okay, so quality management is there. Next, like of course, like when I'm talking about selling the car, there is a sales and service or sales and distribution module. When I talk about selling again cars, like you have to transport the cars, you'll be seeing that is called transportation management. It's a new one. Okay. When I'll talk about all these cars, like where do you store these cars? Means store in the sense some place will be there, warehouse kind of thing. Anyone heard about this module? Extended warehouse module. It's a new one again. Okay.
So procurement comes under material management only?
Exactly. Procurement comes under material management. Here it is called sourcing. Now it's a new name. It's called sourcing.
You called it an extended module. Does it not come based with the SAP? Is it something extra that has to be purchased?
No. Yes, license and all, but it is like under work with an SAP only. EWM, extended warehouse management. Just like Ariba. Like again, like here, procuring, you're using like Ariba, right? Cloud software. Next, we'll go for any other modules like is into line. Of course, when you're dealing all these things, you require finance part. So finance and controlling. This is the major part. Again, you want to do all your finance activities. Next, we require, of course, human resources. HRMS, human resource management. HR module.
Put the basic work. Where is the work coming?
Yes.
Work has to come first, right? Between production planning.
Yes.
Manufacturing.
Cost of actual manufacturing.
PP module. And manufacturing module. Correct? Manufacturing. Okay. Other products are also there. Like example, say you want to go with a PLM, product lifecycle management. Again, further. Yeah. Now again, I'll come with other modules. So if this 1,000 cars has to produce like on daily basis, example, say all your like machines and all should be in healthy condition. All you have said this. If you are like in healthy conditions, then you can do it. Or else like everything it will get affected. Correct. Then I will put our module over here. Means you have to do plant maintenance or asset management module. Okay. For this module, there are two modules are mandatory to implement. What are those two modules? Anyone can choose this. Without these two modules, among these only, we require 2 modules to implement this plant maintenance module. Anyone can suggest?
Material management.
Very good. Material management.
And finance.
Finance and control. Other modules, there is an integration point. We will discuss that. But without these 2 modules, we cannot implement PM module. These we will call it as a mandatory modules. Okay. If someone tells like, no, we'll go for plant maintenance module before this implementing material management and finance and controlling in any industries, no, we cannot do it. We can go parallelly, not like before this. Okay. Of course, after this, of course, we can do it. Okay. When I'm telling this one, then you'll understand that means certain part of the job is done by finance and MM team. Means it is readily available for us for the PM module is concerned. Okay. This you should understand. Then of course, we have an integration between PM module and QM module. We have an integration with the sales and distribution module. We have an integration with the PP module. Okay, means PM. Of course, we have an integration with WM. And what else? Finance is always there. Finance and MM. You understood? Okay. Anyone, any doubts? Okay, I'll brush up. There are 2 things. We are like working means we are learning like SAP S/4HANA, which is a new product. Okay, it is not like migrating from this one to this one. It's a new product only because they have coded like newly everything. It's a new product. We'll be learning this one. In that, there are different modules from the SAP side. Okay, any manufacturing industry you consider. Okay, the majorly means there are like more than some 100 modules. Okay, from the SAP. In that, few modules like we are seeing. Okay, how we are related to that. We will see morely like we'll concentrate on material management and finance with respect to integration points of PM.
How many modules come with SAP? Like if a business has SAP.
There is a Signovia, SAP like new products, retail, SAP like again we require all these things runs on like SAP basis. Administration, this team will take care. Okay, administration. Then go on. If you go for document management system, there is another one module. Okay, there is again what else? Project systems, which deals with the project. Then retail, which deals with the retail system. And there is a real estate module separate. There is a separate like module like they'll deal with enable now, who takes care of all the training documents. Then what else we can tell? Of course, like we dealt with HRMS module is there. There is like again success factor. Okay, that again what else are there? This is SAP security, all your login credentials and say about your access. Okay, complete. That they will take care. SAP security module. Then what else is there? Yeah. And again, like it's not a module, like again, ABAP means all your technical codes, technical thing developing and all, ABAPer will take care. It's a language, okay, for the custom requirements. ABAP is there. Yeah, it's so on. It will go as of now, like I remember these things.
Okay, so there are a few more, but any company running SAP will at least have those. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Still, like there are many based on your again custom things. Okay, and they can provide a custom requirements also based on the company. Now it has come again. SAP they are releasing say like there is an SAP oil and gas like that. It's an specific for the oil and gas team. Yes. Okay. Let me go for yes. Now this just definitions we will go through. What is like plant maintenance? We'll call it as an application of best practices. Okay, to increase equipment uptime in manufacturing facilities. Like we have to increase the uptime. Okay, means 100% availability should be there. In that, what you follow means SAP has come up with their best practices. And normally they'll ask when you go for any client presentations, they'll ask like means we have to start with an SAP best practices. These are the best practices followed in a SAP software. Okay, we will discuss what are the best practices going forward. You know about all this equipment uptime in manufacturing facilities and to avoid like any unplanned downtimes and ensures like production stays on schedule. Yeah. And SAP Plant Maintenance or asset management is an automated process that increases efficiency by ensuring that production equipment runs optimally. Okay. While preventing any arbitrary equipment breakdowns. Okay. That we are like our major focus is on that. Okay, how you reduce the breakdowns. Yes, these like benefits of your plant maintenance. Okay, keeping your assets in good condition, avoiding certain breakdowns of assets, saving maintenance costs. Many of you people said all these points. Minimizing the downtime of the machine, boosting asset life, maximizing asset performance, to enhance like reliability. Okay, avoiding like asset-related hindrances in daily operations. All those things. So you can majorly concentrate on all this daily operations. Okay. Now, before going to organization, I talked about master data. Okay. Anyone heard about this word master data in anywhere or any guess?
It's your data source of your data objects like your equipment,
Okay, very good.
your classes.
Very good. Okay. A simple like I'll go for any example, say anyone visits like bank. Okay. What all details you provide? Means you want to, what is your agenda? Agenda is like you have to open an account. Right, you'll have an account number. Correct. Who provides this account number? Bank person will provide. He's an end user, right? Anyone it could be. That bank person will issue a account number. Then what details you provide to have this account number?
Address details.
Address, name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Contact details.
PAN or contact details. Okay. So like okay, here I'll mention etc. Correct. You will have this. Then afterwards, what you will do? Afterwards, you'll go for transaction. Correct. You make a debit or credit, right? Can we debit or credit without this account number?
No.
No. Someone said something? Yeah.
No.
No. Okay. Can we have this account number without these details? Means example think these are mandatory details. Then without these mandatory details, we cannot have an account number. Correct? These are mandatory details to have this. Yeah. Same way. Now you understood like why we require this master data to do certain transaction data. Okay, same way like I'll go for PM is concerned. Now, what is your in PM actually? What you do activity? Don't talk about like transaction. We will see it later. Then we will concentrate like what is the daily job of an engineer. You do maintenance. Okay, example say maintenance of pump. He wants to do maintenance on the pump. He will do like physical job is there at site. Physical job at site. You want to record that. Record the activity in SAP. He does that. How he does? Record the activity in SAP. In SAP he has to go and he has to select that particular pump. And he has to tell that so-and-so activities has been done. Or else like whatever he is doing, then he should have that equipment first of all in the SAP, then he'll go for the maintenance of pump. Correct? Same way. Means what is this maintenance of pump or job, whatever you're doing? That is your transaction data. Correct? Then for this particular transaction data, we require that master data. Means in this pump, I will mention it as an equipment as of now. Okay? Name of this. Don't worry, there are like many other things also we will discuss. Okay? Now, without this, can you record your activity?
No.
Without it, master data? No. Same way here, like transaction data, debit or credit, you cannot do without this account number. Means to have this, there are certain mandatory things. Then how do you create that? This is also one of the master data. Okay. This is also one of the master data. This is also one of the master data for them. Okay. Same way to create an equipment, I should require some other things also. Okay. An equipment means you have to maintain that before. Means we should have master data in place, then we can go for transaction data. Got it? Anyone can tell the difference between master data and transaction data by looking at this? Anyone difference you find?
The master data is your source, wherein your transaction is the referential data where you use your master record to create your transaction.
Okay. You're doing it using this like you're doing it transaction. Okay, fine. Then found like see here this data keep changes, correct, based on the requirement. Today, like you debit something or credit, it'll happen like that also. Today you do the maintenance of the pump. Tomorrow you do the maintenance of some transformer, right? All those things. This data is not constant. It'll keep changing. But your master data, it doesn't change periodical basis. Okay. Understood. Like that's why I said like on periodical basis, whether this data changes every 3 months or like every 6 months or every 1 month, your master data, of course, there will be an addition and deletion. That is something different. But this master data doesn't change frequently or periodical basis. This remains constant or like it will last for a longer period of time. Of course, sometimes you change your address, sometimes you change your contact details. That is different. Okay, but like normally data doesn't change frequently. It will last for longer period of time. Okay, yeah. Based on this master data only, further like transaction data is done. Then what are the different types of master data? Anyone? Or else like before going that, I'll give an example, like another example. Someone is creating an account number in a bank. How you will create? With certain basis it should be, right? What is that basis? Means example say branch. Okay, with respect to what branch, like you're creating this account number for which branch. Okay, and bank name, all these things you require, right? You cannot create like simply you cannot create an account number. Example say the person residing in say like Delhi, and you have created an account number saying like is in Mumbai. You cannot do that, right? It should be like with respect to location and a bank name. Right? Same way here, anyone can tell with here creating an equipment with respect to what?
Location.
Location. Good. Plant. Very good. Again.
Functional location.
Functional location. Okay, fine, good.
Work center.
Hierarchy.
Okay, that comes under later. Hierarchy, that is fine after this only, like you create. If you think like this is the first one, then you are not bothered about hierarchy. Any one, is there one word which is the top?
Company code or your company organization.
Correct, company, right?
Yep.
This is the first one. Before that, if someone asks like what is in highest hierarchy in SAP, then what will be your answer?
Client.
Client, good. You'll get a client. Client is in highest hierarchy, or company code. Anything would be fine. Okay. Now, say like I will consider one company. Everyone aware of, I guess, like everyone is aware of Reliance, right? Okay. They got certain, means you consider this Reliance as an one company code. Okay. Under this, there are many other, means like this is a company at a group level. Again, we can have at company codes, different company codes. Okay. For this, means example, say they got on some petrochemicals and some other companies like that, they can have their own company codes. And later, again, you divide into a manufacturing plant. Okay. Again, under that plant 1, again here like plant 2, again here it is a plant 3, plant 4, etc. Yeah. There is another one part called controlling area. Okay, it will be associated. So controlling area. Okay, here for every company code, means company code has to be associated with respect to the controlling area. By looking at this terminologies, normally it will be dealt by the FICO team creating these organization structures. Why? Because based on their balance sheet, okay, they have to go for like some profit and loss. They want to merge that companies, or they want to show it as a different plants like that. They will like care. Okay, in one premises only, like if there are like examples, say different one, they can call it as one plant also, or like for the profit and loss, they can call it as different. So always we have to get this structure from FICO team. Means once our organization structure is done, then we have to get those details from them. So this part, whatever I'm showing, okay, let me go for this. See, client is an highest organizational thing. Okay, with respect to there will be company codes. How this company code, example, say this Reliance is there. It can have like a number of company codes. Okay, based on the requirement. Then it is associated with respect to controlling area for the budget controlling everything. Okay, created by the FICO team, and under that there will be a plants. Here also we can have multiple plants. Okay, here like plant 1, plant 2, plant 3, plant 4. Okay, these plants could be like means it could be a goods provided, means goods are manufactured or services are provided. Okay, both are there. Goods are manufactured or services are provided. For which one you'll call it as a plant? Example say, or like some storage location, or a Reliance, we'll call it as an office. Okay, or like corporate office, or like purchasing office. Anyone might have heard about this, like group purchasing office, means at corporate group, corporate purchasing, something like that. Okay, means all your plants, they got some 10 plants or like 4 plants. 4 plants, the purchasing office is at some example, say at Mumbai. Okay, for this one also, we can call it as a plant. This is also plant. Services are provided. Example, say they'll provide certain, means some goods are manufactured. Okay, for that you have to provide services, right? Then service center. Okay, for that also, example, say some other location, or like Mumbai itself, some other location in Mumbai, only another location, another office, that is also called a plant. But there is one manufacturing plant. We are bothered about this manufacturing plant. Example, say that is in Gujarat. Okay, or petrochemical or whatever, any manufacturing, electronics manufacturing or whatever. We'll talk about this. Where like produce goods, nothing but machines are installed. Correct. And if machines are installed, like maintenance done. Okay, maintenance activities are done. Correct. The place like where the maintenance activities takes place, okay, that particular plant is called manufacturing plant. Now already there are plants. Okay, always like plants are of means naming is like some 4-digit character it is. Okay, in SAP I'm talking about. So there should be a certain character limitation, right? That also we should remember as a consultant. So when you're defining some plant, means of course we are not defining the plant, defining the plant by the FICO team. Now when it is done, it doesn't means 4-digit character. Okay, say like I will mention it as 1000. Okay, anything it could be. You can have alphanumeric. Okay, here alphanumeric we can have. Whether it could be like numbers or alphabets, whatever you want, you can have. So I'll mention it as a numeric. So it is 1000 plant. Another one plant is called 1001. Another plant is called 1002. Another plant is called 1003. All these plants, example say another one plant also I'll mention. So this I will mention it as a corporate office. This I'll mention as a purchase office. So another one office, I'll mention it as an example, say stores. This is also one plant for me. Okay. All those things. See, these three things, of course, like you will use it, okay, in your PM module, but you don't consider as an manufacturing plants. So we'll consider manufacturing plants as a where like machines are installed and maintenance activities are taken place. Okay. Are planned. Again, maintenance activities are planned and performed. Okay. So this is my one plant. Example, say this plant, one is in Gujarat. It could be at different locations, right? One is in Mumbai, one is in example, say Bangalore, another one, some Jamshedpur, I don't know, any other place, Kolkata. Hope everyone is familiar with these places. Okay, names. Yeah. So see different locations, different plants. These are manufacturing plants. I will call it as of now, I'm calling it as a manufacturing plants. Means machines are installed and your goods are produced and maintenance activities are planned and performed. How to prepare? We'll go for that. Okay, you understood this structure first of all. How we can have our structure?
Yes.
Yeah. Controlling area. There will be means we'll create everything in system. No issues. Okay. Even though it is an FICO, we have to do it from our side. Okay. Then only you'll come to know. But in real time, we are not authorized. They are authorized. Okay. They will do it. Okay. All those configuration settings and all. As of now, you understand this much. Now, this particular plant, can anyone call it as a maintenance plant? In that, which all plants are maintenance plants?
The
first four, obviously, because like here manufacturing takes place. So I will call it as a maintenance plant. So this is the terminology we use in SAP. I don't know about like Maximo or other softwares, but in SAP, it is called maintenance plants. Means we are bothered about only this maintenance plant. See, just now you see there is a plant. Okay, plant means this terminology is SAP, it is there, and already it is created in your SAP. It is available, readily available, means prepared, means of partial work has been done by the FICO team, and they have given these codes. Now, whether you want to maintain all these things as a maintenance plants now, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Then you have to, when you are talking about maintenance thing, you have to plan the maintenance activities also. There is a preference for the planning, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. From where do you plan those activities? Of course, from the plant. So here in SAP, there is a terminology called maintenance planning plant. There is one thing called maintenance plant. There is another one word called maintenance planning plant. Okay, two things. Means maintenance plant is like plant where you manufacture, means goods are produced and maintenance task takes place. What do you mean by maintenance planning plant? Where you're planning means you're planning the activities. Okay, planning has been performed, that place. And another one thing, you can plan the activities from one plant to other plants also. Okay, sitting in one plant, then you can plan the activities for other plants. Okay, then as a short form, I will call it as this as an MP and this is an MPP. Okay, as of now. So for me, what is MP? MP or 1000, whether I'm going fast or it's fine. Everyone is understanding things.
I was thinking you were going a little slowly.
Slowly. Okay, fine. Okay, I'll pick up. Yeah. I'll go for like maintenance plant, then like maintenance planning plant. Yeah. Now here I will do like maintenance planning. Before that, like I'll talk about like locations, right? I'll go for location. Yes. Here, copy these things. Yes. As of now, just for the example purpose. Yeah. Can anyone tell whether you can plan the activities? Means for Gujarat anyway, like I have to plan the activities from this particular place only. So I'll consider the maintenance plant and maintenance planning plant as both as the same. Okay. Obviously, like I have to do if it is a prime plant. Okay. Or any example, say for Bangalore, it is a Bangalore itself. Yes. Next, if it is Mumbai, whether you can plan the activities from Gujarat to Mumbai, whether it is feasible. Okay.
Yes.
And whether they are, and another one thing is whether they are practicing that kind of planning activities. What kind of practice they are following the plant, whether they are like centralized planning it, whether we'll call it as a centralized, sitting at one location, like you are planning the activities, means maintenance activities I'm talking about. If yes, answer is yes. Okay, then here like planning will be taken care by this plant itself. Or else no. Example say that every plant is like individually their own plant they are planning. Then for this, the maintenance planning plant, for this maintenance plant, it will be 1001 only. Okay. Example, like again, this is also independent. From 1002 only, like from Bangalore itself, like for Bangalore plant, maintenance plant, you're planning it from Bangalore itself. For Kolkata, again, you're planning with from Kolkata only. This kind of planning is called decentralized planning. Okay. this is like we have to explain to the client, like based on the client's requirement. Again, like they will decide what kind of they are going, means whether it is feasible or whether they are practicing that one, then they can follow this kind of planning, one of the planning. Again, like I'll go for another one type of planning. Okay, if locations are nearby or in same premises, okay, it is not like one of the condition. You tell like many conditions, but in that feasibility you have to check or what kind of practice they are following, or whether it is nearby. You think like it's nearby. Okay, in Gujarat, I guess it will come another one, Jamshedpur, something like that. Okay, another one, Bangalore. Example, say here also in this also like some Gujarat, and again here also some Gujarat too. Something like that. Nearby or feasibility is there, and they are practicing that. Then for that case, like you can do the planning activities for like maintenance plant 1,000. The maintenance planning plant will be of course 1,000. For others also, you are planning the same. From 1,000 only you are planning. Okay, this type of planning is called centralized planning. Okay, there is another one type of planning is that very few clients will follow this based on the requirement. Example, say one is Gujarat, another in Jamshedpur. I will call it as like another one is from Mumbai. Okay, this means by looking at this, anyone can advise me what you can do best.
For the first and second, maybe you can take 1001 itself, and for the third one also you can take 10. So that way you use both of them.
Okay. See here, if say example, say these two are like of the same location and nearby same premises, and they're like it is feasible and they are practicing the common planning, centralized planning. For these two things, I'll keep it as 1,000. Okay, for this. Like Mumbai example, say from here it is far from Mumbai and Mumbai to like both are nearby. Okay, for this, like anyway, you have to plan the activities from 1,000 to it's a prime plant I'll consider. For this also, I will do nearby. But since like you cannot plan activities for Mumbai or Mumbai to from Gujarat or Jamshedpur, so you are doing this. Okay, for these two things, 1,002, and for these things, 1,000. Got it? This kind of thing is called partially centralized planning. Understood? Here, like maintenance plant is a plant where goods are produced. Okay, this maintenance planning plant where your planning activities takes place. You can plan the activities from like one plant to other plants also. Okay, you're planning all the tasks.
There's the manufacturing plant and the planning plant from your original chart, but manufacturing planning plant?
Yeah, correct. This is the same code. Manufacturing, this plant is there, maintenance plant. That itself, you're making it as a maintenance planning. So I didn't change this. See, earlier, this is my plant. Okay, these are my codes. Example, say you call it as a plant code, 1,000, 1,001, 1,002, 1,003. Okay, I didn't change these plants for me as a maintenance plants. Okay, MP. So I didn't change this one. Okay, this is created by already like created in the system by Ficoti. Example, in a real time. So the same thing I'm maintaining means example, say this. I'm maintaining as a maintenance planning plant.
So the one plant is planning for another plant, basically.
Exactly. If you are following centralized, if you are following decentralized planning, this is a decentralized type of planning, then individual plant acts as a maintenance planning plant. This plant means this 1,000 will act as a maintenance planning plant for its maintenance plant. In this case, this maintenance planning plant means this maintenance planning plant acts as a maintenance planning plant again for another 1,001 also.
And they're all at the top of the hierarchy.
Exactly.
One is planning for another. They're all plants, but they can like help. Okay, one's not under the other. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. See here, we'll go for the SAP logon. You must be knowing this. This is like GUI's graphical user interface. Call it as. Okay, this is the highest hierarchy like I was talking about, right? This client SAP will provide. Okay, this client number you have to put over there, which client like you are accessing. Okay, then again like you followed by your username. Yes, then of course you to pass credentials, whatever you are having, and the preferred language over here. Okay, and like example, you have to set this language, then go for your, I'll show you. Okay, I'll show you that. Okay, in this like main page, SAP logon, this particular page, here you can change your logon settings, especially like German or like French, whatever language is preferable, that language can be set for them. Okay, yes, this is the screen. You will see first like here there are two things. One is like SAP easy access from front end you will access. For the consultants, we'll access means example say for all your settings, configuration settings, we'll go into the back end we'll call, or through transaction code. We will use a transaction code called, one second, SPRO. Okay. This is what is SPRO? Again, SAP Project Reference Object. This is just, we can call it as an T code only. Through this, we can access backend settings. So it won't be, there won't be any access for the end users. Only consultants will have it. Okay, in SAP. Then again, we'll go with in this, like you go with SAP reference IMG. What is IMG? IMG is an implementation guide. Okay, this we'll use. See, once you click that, see SAP customizing IMG means implementation guide. It will come up over here. There are like so many other like modules. Say you can go, for example, say we are talking about, see, we missed some modules like environmental health and safety. Okay, transportation management, we talked about quality management, like that. There are material management, sales and distribution. So we deal with plant maintenance. So we'll go with, means maximum we'll go for plant maintenance and customer service. Okay, before that, okay, I cannot go this directly over here, right? Why? Because we are dealing with an organization structure. Okay, first, like we'll take care of the company code, all those things, right? So where do you find that path? Okay, that particular thing you'll find it here, enterprise structure. You go for enterprise structure definition. Okay, in this like financial accounting, in real time you don't have an access. So like here we'll see in practice over. So you go and define a company. What is your company? See, there are like so many companies are there. So we can create our own companies. One has created like some 1,000, already it is there in the system, 1,010, 1,011, 1,012, like all those things. Then you can create your own companies over here. So let me go for creation of the company, one company. So I'll go for 1,001. Any name we can give over here. Okay. Then I'll go for what name we'll give. I'll go for Reliance Industries Private Limited. Something like this. Any name is there? Reliance Industries. Okay. RIPL Private Limited. Okay. You want to give all these details, you can provide. State, post box, like all these details which are mandatory, you can provide this. So let me save this. Okay. Country, region, see which are mandatory. System will ask to mention that. So I will give country, region, I will provide. Yeah. See, anyone aware of this particular prompt for customizing request?
Yes.
In Maximo, yeah. In Maximo, like what will be the procedure? You want to move from one landscape to another landscape, or you made some changes. You might have heard about the development to production. How you move it? Anyone who has worked? Okay, fine. Here, there are certain landscape, right? Not normally you do development in one client, okay? Say, there are, we'll call it as landscapes or environments. Okay, here environments, normally we'll talk about development, and another one development like unit testing, it will be there. Then it will be a quality check, okay, quality environment where you do proper like integration testing, that is quality. In some clients they'll use pre-production. Okay, it's not just like copy of your production backup. There also you'll move it and then you'll at last, like for the go live, means live is a production system. You'll move it. Okay, how you move those changes? There will be a transport request. It will be generated. Okay, this one. Normally, like owner of this is transport team, means basis team will take care, but still we should have a little bit of knowledge how we should proceed with this. Okay, first thing is it will prompt, means whatever we do customizations in the backend, okay, are saved under one request. See here, existing number is this, means existing description and number is generated, recently saved under this. We don't want to save under that. We want to create something new. So let me go for this create request. So that, see, new number, system will generate a new number and we have to provide the description. We don't want, we have already created it. I want to select from that, then go for own request.
Can we change company information after it's all been created and work has been done?
Yeah. What information?
Company information, any of that on the...
Yes. See, already you have created one, say, request. In that, like we want to select that. Example, say this is our request previously created. Then you select this, that particular number will come. Okay, this is first time we are doing. So let me go for this create request. So we want to create it. Always you provide with a proper description. Over here, example, say you are having any ticket number, then you can have that ticket number. Okay, over here. So see, I'll give some request 123 hyphen. We provide the description. Okay, so others will also enter. If any other project is there, any another one project will be created already. Okay, for the by the concerned team. Then you have to select that particular project and save this. So this is the number, continue. So now we have created a new company code, like this code 1001. See, now I'll go back. See, again, I'll come back. Okay, again, I'll do. So how I want to do certain changes. Okay, whatever I had created earlier. So select this, go for your details part. See, you want to change this company name by mistake, like you had given this. there is some spelling corrections are there, or you forgot to mention the street number, you can mention, or the country you want to change, you can change this at this particular stage. Later in the middle, of course, it will affect any other things also. Okay, the dependencies. Understood? Wherever you see this particular one editable mode, you can edit it. This is grayed out. You cannot do it.
You said later it'll have other dependencies, like what?
Say like already this particular company is using in somewhere. Okay. Say like calculations are made for the India. You want to change the country name from India to something else. The taxation will affect. Okay. Those dependencies, the FICO dependencies.
Oh, okay. So the other codes are dependent on this, not this is dependent on the other thing.
Yeah, exactly. 1 second, please. Yeah, 1 second. We were. So let me go for again SPRO. Let me go for this enterprise structure. So where we were in enterprise structure, go for your definitions, go for your financial accounting. Okay, already like this one is created. Okay, I said about another one organization structure. It's called like controlling area, right? We cannot, means normally we don't define. We will use it. See here, maintain controlling area again. So copy or delete check plan. Okay, sorry. Here, maintain controlling. See, already there are so many controlling areas. Example, say like if I use this 1000, means normally we are not authorized, but still, see, you have to maintain all this company code, controlling area. We are assigning with respect to this and currency type. We are not expertise in this finance controlling area. So we don't do all this stuff. Chart of accounts, all these things will be there. It's their job. They will do it, maintaining. Then again, what is our job? Again, defining a plant. So go for this. Where do you define a plant? In logistics general, you define a plant. Under that company, there will be on plants. So let me go for this plant. This is also not our job. The plant will be created already. So there are plants already created. Okay, the company name will be different, and here also plant. Don't get confused with the 1000. We can have different names also. Okay, so someone has created already like 1000, 1001, 1002. So we'll go with 1003 something. Okay, go for a new entries. Let me go for a plant. Say 1003. Okay, go for any name. So I'll go for with Reliance some place. So some county code. Okay, 1 second. Some county code will mention is the T005 entry. Yeah, okay. See normally no. See here. We'll enter this name, optional second name. We can give a language code, street number, post office, all these things mandatory, whichever details are there, that you can mention. The city code, tax, anything, jurisdiction is there, everything they'll maintain. And another, once you save it, again, like this page pops up. In this page, like you have to provide like what is the title, what is this title, all those stuff. Okay, Reliance, I'll give some name. Again, I'll give the country, and again, all those things. Okay, all those things you know. So I don't waste much time on this stuff. So I'll give like RIPL, then continue. See, now again in the backend on again I have created one company, Curry Plant, that is 1003. This also like it's on backend, right? So again like prompt for customizing request has been generated. Whether you want to save under this or you want to save under a different this thing. Anyone can advise whether I want to save under the same request or different request. See, what are the like advantages if you save under the same request? See, you can move the changes from one system to another system at a time. All your company, whatever you defined like company, that and plant also you can move. Okay, example, say you are not done with the plant, but you want to move the changes of company first. Okay, you don't want to touch the plant things as of now. So that time it will become difficult. So better you move the things which are done, means separately you can save in project. But majorly like all experienced persons, they will save under the same transport request. Okay, so as of now, like I'm saving under the same this only. So data has been saved. Like that, we can create like many plants. So let me go for our example, let me create another one plant also. Then whether I have to do every time the same? No, there is another one option where it is ours. So you can go and search with the position. So go for 1003. So select this. There is an option called copy as just you change the name of it. Rest everything it will be same. If any settings you have done accordingly, all these configurations, whatever you have maintained, that remains the same. Only the name, description, whatever you want to make a change, that you can change. Go for Reliance example, say your Jamshedpur, something like that. So save it. You want to change over here also? Yes, of course. I want to change here. Let it be the search term will be the same. Rest everything, let it be the same. Okay. Again, I'm going for another one. Okay. Firstly, I'll go. Okay. Copy as. I'll change with this 5. Okay. Then go for it. Then something like that. Mumbai. Okay. Some name we changed. Mumbai. And just see again. Go for this. Go for copy as 6 bank. Go for this. Provide the description. Okay. Go for country. So continue. Okay. Save it. Everything has been saved under the same. Now you want to say, like, you want to see what are the data means you have created, right? Configured backend. Then you have to use the T code called SE01. Okay, transport organizer here. With respect to your name, okay, there are two requests. Okay, one is customizing request, one is workbench request. Customizing request means it is related to us. Okay, functional changes. We have done configuration changes. Workbench request means whatever the changes you have made in code about changes. Okay, I will share it later until it is modifiable. So I'm tick marking this modifiable, then go for your display part. Then you see what all transports are generated against this particular user.
Okay, Girish, one question on these transports.
Yeah.
Okay, suppose we have dev, the QA, and production instances.
Correct.
So you start from your dev, and then you create a transport. From dev, you take it to, say, QA.
Correct.
So then to production, do you create a transport in the QA, or you take directly from dev to prod?
No. This transport number will be there. It will be the same throughout this till it moves to production. The same transport we are moving to this, and from here to this.
Okay, first you move the same transport to QA, and then you move the same transport to prod.
Oh, product, exactly. In SAP. Yeah. Okay. Now you search which one is there in your real time, like maximum like 5 or 6 will be there. So see here, this is the my hours, right? Define company. Okay. Under this is one number, it will get generated automatically. Under 54, there is a 55, see, sequential number. This is your task. Under this task, what task like you have performed just now? First, like we have done define company. This is one activity you have performed. And this another one activity you have performed, define, copy, delete, check plant. 2 activities you have performed. Let me break down this first. See, here what I have done, under this 800 client, I have done like 1001, I have created a new company. This is an activity I have done. Under this activity, like what I have done, see, I have done under 800 client, I have like configured 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006. This is also one of the way to cross check whether means you said right to quality you moved. If it is small things, you can check, okay, whether it has moved or not. It will come, you will come to know. Okay. Now see, now all these things are there. Transaction code is SE01. There you can go and you can check all this stuff. Yeah. Now what is this? This is just plant. Okay, whatever you have created. Now you have to consider which are maintenance plants. Anyway, by your blueprint, you have a knowledge, then you'll come to know which are maintenance plants. What all things like we have created. So I will change it just for our easiness. Okay. This will be, now you don't get confused. So the same codes I'm going to use over here, right? So that you'll understand. So save it. Now this plant is a maintenance plant now for us. Now, whether it is a maintenance planning plant or not, we will decide. Okay, based on again discussing with the client. Right, now I want to maintain this particular first plant as a maintenance planning plant. 1003 I will consider as a maintenance planning plant. Sorry, 1004, right? 1004, 1005, 1006. Okay, you can change this later. We'll see that. Yeah. Now, where do you do it? First, what is the first configuration you perform? Just now, whatever we have done, that is done by the FICO team. This defining a company, not done by us. Logistic general plant again defined, not done by us. It is readily available, means when you log in the system. Okay, we should know that. That's it. But as a knowledge, we have seen like how to create it. Okay, associated configuration settings with respect to finance and controlling, and they will do it. And material management, they will perform. No issues. Now, with respect to plant maintenance, what is the first configuration settings we do? See here. Name, plant maintenance is there. Go for this plant maintenance. We are maintaining the first maintenance planning plant. See, example, say you're talking about centralized planning. Then whether I have to maintain all these plants as a maintenance planning plant? Anyone?
No, only one.
Only one.
Only one.
Correct. Already, like anyway, plants are there, all these things, but I don't want to maintain everything as a maintenance planning plant, MPP. Only one is sufficient to maintain it. So I will go back and I will do only one. Which is that, see here, 1003. I will go and search first of all whether it is maintained or not. Obviously, no, because just now we created, no one has maintained it. I have to maintain it. Okay. As a functional consultant, this is the first configuration setting in PM is concerned you have to do. Okay. 1003. Already it is there. Just you have to select it. Okay. Or you can search from here. With your search term, you have given it, right? Example, say you something RAPL you have given, I don't know. Okay. We'll go for it. RAPL. So it will come. Like this, you can search and you can select. So you have done it. So select it. Save it. Again, there is a transport. So again, like I'm saving under the same transport request number, it is done now. Now I have maintained it. Again, I will go back. See, here I have maintained it for 1003. Everything the plants are there anyway. I have maintained one as a 1003 here. Okay. But whether I have assigned it to this plant, whether I have made any link, no, I have just maintained it. Okay. What is the first configuration? That is maintain maintenance planning plant. Means I have maintained it. Say 1000. Now what I have to do? I have maintained this. Then I have to assign for everything. Okay, all these plants. Now how to do? That is the second one. Again, second configuration setting, whatever you are doing in your plant maintenance. What is that? Assign. Anyone can tell what is now? This is some tricky question they'll ask in certifications and all. So can you tell how do you assign? Means not path I'm telling. Whether you assign from maintenance plan to maintenance planning plant or maintenance planning plan to maintenance plant.
Planning plan to the maintenance plan should be.
Okay. Assign maintenance planning plan to maintenance plant. Correct. All these things I am assigning to this maintenance planning plant. Correct. So let me go back again for this. So come back. Here you don't find that. So in plant maintenance, you have to go for assignment. Here, see, assignment. In same enterprise structure, go for assignment. Here you search for plant maintenance again. Go for this. See here, assign maintenance planning plan to maintenance plan. Okay, execute it. Here you see, you find all the plants for you already. 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006. Reliance, everything is there for you. Now I have to assign it. What kind of planning you are following? That you have discussed with the client. So it is available for you. So what I am doing, we are following centralized planning. So let me go for 1003. Here also I am assigning 1003. Here also I am assigning 1003. Okay. Here also I am assigning 1003. Understood? What is centralized planning? This is the practical one. How you do it. How this plant has come. How this planning plant has come. Planning plant is PLPL in system. You want to see always go for this and press F1 always. Okay. You want to see this anyway. You know who are using SAP, they'll know this. For others, see key that identifies the maintenance planning plant. This is the key which identifies maintenance planning plant. You want to see the description of it. This is the description. A plant in which maintenance tasks are planned and prepared. All your activities, task means all your performing activities and all are planned and prepared. Here we are going to plan it. Okay. Here it is plant. So I'll go for again here this side and press again F1. Then go for your plant. Plant is nothing but we have decided as a maintenance plant. In logistics, a plant is an organizational unit for dividing. See, I said about production, procurement also means where your procurement takes place, purchase, maintenance, and materials are planning. Materials also planned. Okay, simple is a place where materials are produced or plants and goods are provided. Services are provided. This is the standard definition you should use for SAP. Now, so let me save it. Okay, understood. Now you followed centralized planning. Now you want to follow decentralized planning. What you do? Simple. Okay, can I select now 1004 for this? Now here, anyone? Shall I do it?
No, I don't think it will allow.
Very good. It doesn't allow, right? It is not there first of all. Planning plan 1004 is not defined. Means for this it is not defined yet. Means first of all you have to maintain it. We had maintained only 1003. In your case now, like your case is say decentralized planning. Okay, here for 1003 it is 1003, for 1004 it is 1004, whatever. Okay, here 1004, 1005 and 1006. Okay, all these things. So let me copy this. Sorry. Yeah. Now first, like you go for maintaining it. Again, I'm going for maintaining this. Where you'll go for the maintaining, enterprise structure, definition, go for plant maintenance, go for maintenance planning. Earlier you thought of centralized planning, so you didn't maintain that. Now you maintain it. Okay. Go for new entries. What is that? 1004, 1005, 1006. You maintained. So save it. Again under the same transport. So you have done it. Okay, come back. Go for your assignment again. Go for your logistics plant maintenance. Go for your assign maintenance planning plant to maintenance plant. Now you can assign it. Now what you do? You just change it. Instead of I'm going for all these things, right? 1 second. 1003 here it will come now automatically. 1004, 1005, say 1006. So save it. This is called decentralized planning. How we are assigning individual plant access and maintenance planning. And again, you know about partially centralized. For this it is 1005. For this is also 1005. For again, for this it is 1003 and 1000. Okay. These two one plant, these two one plant. This is called partially centralized plant. Okay. So again, I'll go back to our transport request. Okay, let me refresh this. Okay, see here, another activity has also come up. Two activities like maintain maintenance planning plant and assign maintenance planning plant to maintenance plant. Now you assign it, go back, break down for the. See here, you can see that for 800 plants, there is 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006. These are the plants you have assigned it. This is how you can check. Say sometimes like you forgot the path, someone else has done the work. Then you can come over here if you know the transport request number. If you click, it will take you to that particular path, whatever activity is there. See, directly it took me over here, path, backend. Okay, this way. So let me go for quickly, like I'll run to session. This we will see is later. Now, when we discussed about master data, right? What are different types of master data? Anyone? And is related to maintenance activities day in, day out. Anyone in general? Or you can take help of this slide also. You can see this slide.
So basically all that you show in the slide are all examples of a master data.
Correct. Yes. Then means you connect it with the maintenance activities. Why you require this? See, when I talk about the finance rate, account number is there with respect to the branch or bank. Like that, you want to do some maintenance. Then why you require this equipment? Why you require say something else? So I'll give the definition. You just tell what all things you require. In general, I'm talking about.
One question.
Yeah.
These plans that we define, those are not linked to any company, or like we didn't put the company.
Assign. Yes. Correct. Okay, let me go for it. So that will again, it will be in this case, go for your assignment, financial accounting. See here, assign company code to the company. Okay, assign like company code to credit control area. All those things, it will be taken care of. Again, financial accounting.
Yeah, this company code to company is fine.
Yeah, assign again plan to company code here.
Okay, got it.
Okay, this it comes under logistics general. See, simple. I'll tell you how you can remember this. If you go for definition, right, means here, first we will define this same financial accounting. Means financial accounting, you're doing it like company, all those stuff. Again, plant, you are doing it in logistics general. This one, company. Define, copy, delete, check plant. Here you are defining the plant. This path we have used and we have defined the 4 plants. This path we have used and defined the company. Next, I'll come to the assignment. Here what I have done, you want to assign your company codes to one company. Okay, that. Then again, same assignment, you should go for logistics general. Then you assign a plant to company code. Again, business area to plant. Again, this will taken care by them. So logistics general. Okay, next, like it is sales distribution. So our case, it will come as a plant maintenance. Hello? Yeah. Whether I'm audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yes. Yeah. I got it, everyone?
Yeah.
Yes. So I didn't do all those stuff because we don't do all those things. Because why you want to do means I cannot use that first of all company. It should be fully configured with respect to FICO and all because we are dependent. PM is dependent on FICO and M. So we don't touch that. Normally we'll start with a plant, already created plant that we start with this assign maintenance planning plant to maintenance plant. Yeah. Okay. We were dealing with this PPT, right? Yes. Okay. I will go for this. See now, in general, like if you talk about any maintenance activity, what all things you require? You want to do a maintenance of equipment, some pump, then what that should be registered. Example, say like that should be registered in your SAP system. Okay, that I will call it as an equipment as of now. See what is equipment detail that we will see later. Then somewhere it should be installed. Okay, this equipment should be installed at some location. That I will call it as an additional location. Okay, in SAP. These are SAP terminology. Okay, then what else you require?
Work center.
Work center. See, you're using the SAP terminologies. Can you explain, please? SAP terminologies anyway, like I'll tell you. Why you require that? What is the purpose of it? This I said here it is installed. I used a word called installed. This equipment pump is installed on some location. Okay. Example say that is at building or building 1. Okay. A building or building 1. It is located like this. Don't use this terminology. These are SAPs anyway. This is a standard. You understand that what it is actually. Is a basic. And this is my equipment. Equipment in the sense pump I said. Pump is nothing but for me it is a machine. Again. Okay. Used for your production.
Who will be working on that pump? For example, mechanical department or...
Correct. Some group of people. Okay. Individual person or group of people. Group of people bar individual who is working as you said. Correct. That is called your work center. Okay. That should be available. Means user will select this first of all. Who is working. Then he'll select means example say this equipment. It is there under what and where it is installed. That also it will be there. Next. What do you require for your maintenance activities?
Material.
Very good. Material means see now your pump is there. Example say like you are going to change the bearing of it. Okay, bearing part. That is called here it is mentioned bill of material. Means when you purchase any like mobile, example say you have a mobile, it will have its components. That is called deeper structure of it. Correct. The deeper structure of it. What is like mobile consists of again like some screen, okay, some charger pin, etc. Right. The same way this pump also has its own structure. All those materials we will call it as a bill of material over here. Then
the costing of this material.
Costing of material. Okay, it will come with associated with respect to MM. Okay, integration.
Maintenance steps.
Mention it as a PM and MM. Correct. Okay, someone is telling maintenance
steps. Maintenance steps.
We will mention this. you are telling about set of operations, right, which are required to accomplish the job. Okay, that SAP terminology is task list. Very good. Next thing, only few are there. Okay, say example, say you have some pump. There will be some n number of pumps, okay, installed. That how do you differentiate? Normally there are like some same mobiles are there. Okay, gets manufactured.
Your equipment classification.
Yeah, classification. Yes, good. That is also there. Classification I'll talk about. Yeah. See, before that, if n number of pumps are there of same rating, okay, then
Serial
how you
number.
differentiate? Serial number concept. Okay, serial number. Which serial number you want to use? First, that you pick, right? You cannot pick like random anyone. So you'll go for what is this classification? How do you explain this?
Characteristics of the pump?
Yeah. Class, there is terminology is called class and characteristics over here. Class and characteristics. You require, examples here, you require specifications of it. Specifications, nothing but what is the rating of it? Means head capacity, head, okay, that flow, whatever is there. That example, say some frame size, what kind of gearbox it is, okay, type of gearbox, etc. You'll come to know, right? Everything should be available before going for any maintenance activity. Or like you'll have this data readily available so that you'll know the specifications before working. A right tool is used. Okay, right procedure you follow for that, for maintenance. So this is also important. Then anything else? Okay. Any like if someone purchases like any pump or motor, then what you get along with that? Anyone heard about the catalog? Kind of a book kind of thing. So electrical people will know better. If you purchase any drive, also you will get one book. Means in that all instructions will be there, all object parts it will be there. If you purchase a mobile also, you see that it will be explained clearly what it is, like what the first number is called, means where that charger pin is located, where the SIM card is located, where that screen means in that parts. If you buy a car also it will be mentioned where you gear rod is there, where steering is there, what are the options. Okay, all those things. Here it is called catalog in SAP. Okay, if we are maintaining the catalog of any, this means if you consider a pump, then in that pump what are the different object parts? If something goes wrong, what activity you have to carry out? Normally it will be written in your, if you consider a car, right? If you consider that, means example, say if this pop-up is coming, this error is coming, then how you can resolve it? What are the steps which you can resolve? Or else it will tell like go to service center. All those things it will be mentioned. That is called catalog. Anything else before taking up of the job by any maintenance engineer? What he has to follow? Plant. Any permissions he has to take? Permits. Correct. Okay. Next, after doing a maintenance or before maintenance, you do some inspection. Okay. You want to record those values. Example, say what is the temperature of the pump? Okay, is there any sound of the bearing like gearbox? Okay, what is the flow? All those readings you want to note down. So those things comes under measuring points. Okay, there is another one part, revision. You will see this later part. Okay, now you don't understand, and this task list would be fine. So these are the major like master data. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which notification type is typically used for reporting unexpected equipment breakdown? Option A, M1, preventive maintenance request. Option B, M2, maintenance request. Option C, M3, activity report. Option D, M1, breakdown maintenance. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become a pro at managing maintenance work? Our SAP Plant Maintenance course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Plant Maintenance. It's like a toolkit for keeping equipment and plants running smoothly, from tracking repairs to planning maintenance schedules. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's created by experts who know SAP inside and out. Your instructors are seasoned pros ready to help you understand and answer any questions. And don't just take our word for it, our students love this course too. People like you have found this course incredibly valuable and practical. Best part? It's affordable, so you can learn without spending a fortune. Ready to master SAP Plant Maintenance? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, check out ZaranTech's website.
So what is a work center? So whatever the maintenance has been being carried out in any organization is being done in any shop. Okay. So we consider those shops as a work center in our SAP systems. So what actually a work center is? Work center is a maintenance place where the actual work is being done. Okay. So they can denote either the machines, they can denote the production lines, they can denote the assembly work centers, they can denote the employee and a group of the employees. All we will be seeing this in. So there are various parts of the shops, like what is the time for opening of the shop, what are the work durations for that shop, how many number of hours that shop work for, and what are the capacity planners, who is the person responsible for that shop or that work center, and what is the cost collector at that work center. So these are the basic things what we are going to see in the. So first I will give you the transactions for the work centers. You can note it down anywhere in your system. The transactions for work centers are IR01.
Is that case sensitive? IR01.
No, I will ping it. I will ping them as well.
And if we are not aware of this transaction, so how can we get the name of that transaction?
You can search on Google. You can simply search on the Google, like work center transactions in SAP. Okay, then you will get to know that IR01 is a transaction. Okay, and none of the transaction work as a case sensitive in SAP systems. It could be either you can put a small IR or you can put a capital IR. That is the simple understanding with SAP systems, that none of the transaction is case sensitive here. Nothing is case sensitive in actually here, apart from the free text. So here is the list of the transactions: IR01, IR02, IR03 for creating work center. This is for changing, and this is for display. Mostly all the series in SAP systems work like the same only. If you get someone transaction is IR01 for creating, then IR02 must be for changing, and IR03 is must for display. Same goes with equipments or assets, like IE01 is for creation, then IE02 is for changing, and IE03 for display.
So from the SAP menu, this particular items are not accessible, just like yesterday.
But that is going to be a bit difficult for you guys to access everything from the menu, because not all the transactions are available here. And if they are available, then you need to learn about everything here.
The entire path we should know.
Yeah, that is the entire path. But in case of plant maintenance, what we must cater about that, there are going to be maximum of 20 to 25 objects where you need to very simply go on a daily basis, and based on those things you can simply learn or jot down those transactions for you guys. Okay,
so currently what profile you logged in? So suppose I am a simple maintenance user, I will have a different this menu, right? I will not have everything.
Yes.
So based on my profile, I can have a small number of menu items, right?
Yes. Based on the roles and role matrix defined for you guys, you will be looking only to those things where you are allowed or where you have access to. But currently in this system, you are authorized for everything.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And believe me, things what you see. As we already discussed yesterday, all of you are very new to SAP systems as well as SAP plant maintenance. Okay. So the process, what you were doing earlier in Maximo and what you will be doing it here today will be same. There will be very less variations here, and that too due to the nature of the process. But see, learning SAP systems is a bit easier than any another system, because these are very simpler systems. If you get practice onto the systems, then currently what we are doing is we are only learning how to perform actions on this, and it won't be wrong that soon you will start configuring those systems as well. Okay. But all thing is required is practice and as number of questions you can ask to me. As many questions you will ask, I'm ready to answer those things. But believe me, whatever you practice, then only you will get to learn. Creation of work center. So what I have done here is I've used IR01, IR01 for the transactions. And here, this is the free text again. You can name anything here. Okay, suppose if I say, I am now creating a maintenance work center for electrical department. Okay, so I will name this, and the plant will be 1710 as I will be using for this same plant for every thing. And work center category. This is something which is a bit important for plant maintenance. When we are talking about plant maintenance, then we use only 0005 work center category. This is completely defined by SAP systems, and for all the plant maintenance work, we use this category. Other categories are used by different modules, like 03 is used for production planning, and some of these used by capacity planning as well. They both are not the part of the plant maintenance. So this will always be fixed. Plant can be anything, and work center, whatever you name, that will come here. This is a free text.
Yeah, one question here.
Yes.
If that 005 is always that is to be used, why was it not defaulted by itself without us having to go and select it?
Because this is a raw system, we have not defaulted any data in here. And based on the user role matrix designation, and for every user, it can be defined if it was required. If it is required, that can be.
I think the same screen will be used by production guys. Same screen will be used by other guys to create their own work center. We are maintenance guys, so we will be creating with a work center category as 005. They will be creating it with different category. Is it correct, Rahul?
Yeah, it is correct. But see, if you want these systems to be defined and used by you, so whenever the roles were assigned to you, so later on, you can ask your basis teams to configure these systems for you. So whenever you will enter the IR01 transaction, this will get defaulted to you.
Okay, so that is some configuration that has to be done, right?
That is the basic setting, not basic settings, not the configurations.
Oh, okay. ABAP,
okay.
ABAP is team required.
No, not ABAP. Basis team can do.
Basis team is required.
Basis, okay.
Basis platform level.
Okay. Also, the person who has answered this, that the same transactions are used by every team. Yes, the same transactions are used by every team, and every team is responsible for creating the work center with the different categories. And these categories can also be configured. Suppose there was a basic requirement where the category is not fulfilled, or sometimes business demand a specific category, then those categories can also be configured. And we will look for the configuration at the very later stage. Okay. So this is all from the things. And what is something is this, that if you want to copy some existing work center and copy most of the things from them, then you can simply put these details here as well. Then work center will get created out of that also, like a reference work center, or you want to copy the data from the existing work center, then this can be used, but this is rarely used because work center is something like every person has their own work centers based on the shop and the repairs. Just for example, like from the utilities industries, like you mostly use generators. So if there was any maintenance for the generators, then and if it is going to be the mechanical defect, then the mechanical work center could be of use. If it is going to be the electrical work center, then it's going to be an electrical work of use. But in most of the cases, there is something like the common work center is also being created. Like one general work center can be created and can be used for all the maintenance works. It completely depends on the business scenarios. Like where do you want to take those costs to? That we will see inside. So once we have entered the plant, yes.
Yeah, like how you came here, like you.
Yeah, what you did there?
I have just entered the IR01, entered a name, and just pressed enter.
Enter
Enter key.
Oh, okay.
So I've given a name here, person responsible for this work center. So we can simply take it as a work center's responsible person. And if it was required, then you can simply configure this as well in the configuration SPRO.
Rahul, these small ticks which we see, right? These are the required fields.
Yeah, those all are the mandatory fields. Wherever you are seeing these things, these all are the mandatory fields.
Okay.
Okay. So in here, again inside here, what we are using here is we are working for the maintenance plant maintenance. Then we will be using these work centers for the category 004, only maintenance task lists. So what is the key here? Standard value key. Standard value key is always used as SAP 0. And based on any business requirement, there are hundreds of values here. Those can also be used. So this is the basic data. Basic data is simply defining what is the work center category, who is the responsible person for this work center, and the uses of the work center.
So for any specific field, right? If I want to know what is that field, like what is the description of that field, or what do I press? There's an information button that comes, right?
Yeah. See, suppose whenever you are using this kind of any field and you will get this button, then you can simply press on that or press F4 key. Then this will give you a pop-up screen and shows all the available values. This is available. This is the values which can be selected and made available. So this is something as a location, what we worked yesterday. Okay.
No, I'm asking that.
I will tell you that. I will tell you that.
What the location is, right? How it defines location. So all that data is also there, right? Yesterday you were showing somewhere. Yeah, this.
So what you can do is you can simply go over into this field and press F1 key. F1 key will open the documentation if it is available.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so what this button can show you is technical assistance. Okay, see, all the data, whatever we enter in SAP systems is stored somewhere in the table. Hope you know this.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the table, all the data is being stored. So when you are doing any kind of development or when you are into something or checking the data into the table, then these technical informations are more helpful. At that time, you can simply over onto this button, this option, press F1 key, the pop-up will appear and you can check for this technical information. Okay.
Okay.
And this is something also important aspect. See, customizing. Customizing is something which will take you directly to the place from where the configuration for that particular field can be done or added or edited. Okay. So what I will do is continue without specifying project. Then it will simply redirect me to the SPRO screen. SPRO, yesterday we have talked about the configuration screen, and in there to the direct node where the configuration can be done. Okay.
Okay, so it's easier this way, right? I mean, we just directly go there and search for it this way rather than knowing where it is. Like we'll have to go and find it. Otherwise, we can directly go into customization and search.
Yes, that can also be done, but this is applicable only for some movements where this is applicable not for every time. This is applicable for those times where you have the somewhere easy value definitions. Like this is just a data definition, so you can track it down there. But not for all the systems you can redirect these things. Just for example, customizing. This can also be done, but somewhere you will get some of the things where the direct customizing will not be available as well and cannot be done as well. Because sometimes 2 things or 3 things are interrelated for any field. Okay. But in most of the cases, it will work.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So basic data is almost clear. So here, whatever the values we will be having defined in the systems that we can use.
So what is the QDR system?
So these all are the free fields and provided based on These are the system. These are the free fields, or as well the subsystem identifier for quality management subsystem interface. So these can be used as a free field, free text from the configuration, and can also be used for the QM subsystems. So there are many fields in systems which might be required for you and might not be useful as well.
So when you're in a field,
oh sorry.
So when you're in a field, there's that little icon to the right of the field that appears. I noticed that one of them has like two rectangles in it, and the other one has like a paper with a magnifying glass on it. It looks like the magnifying glass, yeah, that brings up the performance. What's the difference between the two icons? Like I think it was the one you were just in, close that one.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah, see, that has the magnifying glass next to it, but the one below it has just two rectangles.
This one?
No, if you close this one.
Okay, closed.
Yeah, see, okay, QDR Systems has that magnifying glass next to it once it's selected, but if you select the field below that, just go to the next. That just has two rectangles. What's the difference?
These both are the same things. Just for searching, they have given things. There is no difference in here.
Why you have two different icons then?
That I have also never thought of these things.
Just the way it's made, two different icons mean the same thing. Okay.
That I will check. And if I found something, then I will tell you for these icons.
And Rahul, these fields came as a default, right? When we installed this.
Which one default?
Like all these fields which you are showing, these are the default fields which SAP provides.
Yeah, these all are the default fields which SAP provides, and based on the business inputs, the system will be configured. And once you get the configured system, then you will get all the details, whatever was there. Okay. And work centers are hardly being created by any of the users team. Work centers are something which is created by the business team. Okay. So let's move to the default value.
So the work center is associated with one location or no?
Work centers are associated with everything. Work centers are associated with equipments, functional locations, task lists, service orders, maintenance orders, notification everywhere. That's why we have that's why we have used work center as an organization data to go beyond the master.
We need that location there. We are selecting one location there, right?
Yes.
How is this works? Is it applicable only to this location, or how is that association?
So location is just a field where we are defining just like yesterday, the location. These are the locations what we have discussed yesterday. So if in a plant that if business has provided enough number of locations, then you can simply provide that this work center exists in the A1 part, A2 part, or A3 part of the plant. See, just like the utility industries, we have you have a wind power plant. Then there could be number of areas where you are performing your actions. Okay, somewhere in the plant to bifurcate further, you have decided this part of the area is known as A1 field. The another part of area is known as A2 field, and the another part of the area is known as A3 field. So based on those things, if you want to further bifurcate and denote that this shop is located at A1, then you can simply put it A1 or something. So it is just defining a physical location or providing you a brief idea or a smallest idea that where this location is. See, what you can do is you can check out these things by pressing F1 key for every field, and you will get to know them more better as well.
Okay, so that basically it's a physical location of that work center. That's what.
Correct. So what actually work center is? Work center is actually a shop where the maintenance is being carried out.
So it can be a maintenance plant?
It is maintenance plant. But plant is a big object. So suppose not in the complete plant you are doing the maintenance. In the complete plant, there are multiple activities are going on. production is also going on, maintenance is also going on, sales is also going on. So at that time, maintenance is located at, suppose the maintenance has been located at somewhere, then to denote that we have a location. Plant is denoting a whole.
So you are saying in maintenance plant, the work center will be there. Number of work centers will be there.
Yes, number of work centers will be there depending on the cost collection scenarios. Like cost collection scenarios that I will tell in the costing part. Okay, so in this tab, control key is the important factor here. So there are number of control keys used in this system, and for plant maintenance there are 3 keys that we will discuss in detail further. Currently, I am using PM01. The number of keys which are working here is PM01, PM02, and PM03. Okay. A basic understanding for what PM01 does is PM01 is defined suggesting that the maintenance, whatever the maintenance is being done here now, is the internal maintenance, that internal labor is used and internal technicians are being working on these things. Okay. Again, what we are doing here is we are defining the government. Capacity responsible use of the mandatory tools. So capacity category here is always used as 002 persons, that the work centers in plant maintenance denotes for the persons, like the labors we are using for the maintenance. Okay, and when we are configuring that, so this screen has been opened. So this screen is also demanding the kind of data. So what the data is, the capacity responsible, the person who is responsible for the capacity planning, or it could be a sort of the persons who is the leader at the labors, factory calendar. The calendar, see, this is what we are defining the shop, how much time the shop is being open, how much time the shop is closed, and what is the working times of the shop, what are the number of employees in here, what are the number of times we provide the lunch breaks, all those things. This is a factory calendar. Factory calendars are being monitored or developed or changed by SAP production planning team, and we don't have any kind of control over there. So what is the basic capacity basic unit defined here? So all the number of workings here in the work centers are defined by hours. H, unit is H. And in here, now what we will define the standard available capacity. So what is the time of starting a shop is 07. If we say that in the morning 7, we have got the shop started and it work until 23 hours. So based on this, the operating time has been calculated. It's 16 hours. So the total capacity of this workshop is only 16 hours. Suppose why we are doing this, what actually happens here. Just suppose that we have got a failed generator and that generator is required a work of 28 hours, 28. Okay. And you are being using this kind of work center, these work centers. So based on this work center, you will get to know that how much time one person or the person can denote to the maintenance of that thing and what is the actual capacity required by you. Your actual capacity required is if you want that generator to be repaired in 1 hour, 1 day, then you need to increase the number of capacity here. Like we have 2 persons now, two number of persons here in this work center working. So 2 persons are working for this work center, like for this shop. Okay. Suppose if I add a length of break here, that we provide 1 hour of lunch for all our employees, then based on that, our operating time again got reduced. So these all things help you to calculate the planned time, planned completion time, and planned time of working at the time of maintenance.
So is operating time, that's not like one person's not going to work 15 hours in 1 day. Is that for 2 people then?
2 people is 30. Then it is capacity. Here
How?
is the capacity.
So is this is this for maintenance on a specific generator will take 15 hours to do all the maintenance, or is this saying that maintenance person is available for 15 hours in one day?
So what
that seems
happens
extreme.
Yeah, that I understand. That I'm just giving here an example. I'm just giving here an example. I'm just giving you here an example. See, it is not that you can start this work times to up to 12, and as per the logical work timings all across the world, 9 hours. You can take it as a 9 hours. Okay.
Okay, so that is saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is saying that the work one person is available now 9 hours. This is the availability of one maintenance crew guy, not how long the maintenance is expected to take.
See, this is something denoting that for how much time that workshop is open. So these two fields are denoting that what is the start time of the work center or available time of the shops. Like if you got a fault in your generator at the plant, then you might need to know that if the maintenance department is open for the generator right now or not. Okay, so these are the work timings of the shops. Actually, in the maintenance systems and in the big organizations, so these were always open. Okay, so these were always 24 hours. So they work in shifts, people work in shifts, everything is there.
Okay, it's so the department, not an individual, but it's the departments working.
Yeah, it is the complete department. It is not for the complete department working. It's like someone is available, someone must be available. Okay, at this defined time. So this is the complete working of that maintenance department. And this is the number of capacities denotes here. Capacity denotes here that how many number of employees are there for this workshop. There could be 5 employees, there could be 6 employees or something. So this is the total capacity for per day. Total capacity is something which is defined here.
No, that doesn't make real sense, right? I mean, a department is like open 24 hours, but maybe 2 people are working in, or 3 people are working in, say, 8-hour shifts. So the total capacity should be 3 into 8, which is 24.
Yes, I understand that query.
So I think, Surendra, how it is like suppose this is a tool room. So, and the tool room is open for 24 hours. It may be 8 hours a shift. So what it's saying, like number of capacity means that, always 2 people will be available. Which 2 people, that you will decide later. But always one fitter and one welder will be available in this tool room. Okay. So, yeah. So this is, I mean, they are not planning individually right now. They are just putting the rule like, okay, one vendor or one fitter. So total 2 people will be available, and this is the capacity. Okay.
Correct.
And also, I think since he's using capacity utilization is 100%, right? That's why I think the system is assuming that these 2 persons, they'll work for this entire time, right? Entire 23 hours.
No. First of all, we are not indicating 2 persons. Okay. We are just saying the capacity is 2. Okay. So there will be 2 guys always in this tool room. Okay. Which 2 guys will decide later. Okay. Based on their shift and all. But this is the maximum possible capacity of the tool room to have 2 people all the time. That is what. It may be 1 people. Okay. It may be like no person. That is the real time. But right now we are defining the capacity to the fullest. Like, okay, the maximum 2 person will be there.
Correct. So there is another option here as well, HRMS. HRMS, it's completely dependent on the business scenarios, business decisions, and business roles. And usually business is only responsible for defining these things because these all are the cost definings. So here what you can do is you can add the number of resources if you want. If there is any resource added in the system, just like if I say that this is the person. Okay. So what this actually is, so this is the maximum capacity as you already understand. Now, if you want to define the name of the employees who are working inside this works inside this work center or inside this shop, then you can simply click onto the HRMS. Okay, this is the part of HRMS.
Sorry, this is bugging me. Is that a typo in capacity category?
Capacity category means
that field that you have highlighted. Train, is that supposed to be training? Way up top?
Yeah.
Second field from the top, because we see it now.
Long text. For capacity category.
To the right. One more. Is that just a typo? What is tray? Is that a typo?
This is just a description and my typing mistake.
Okay, and with all these codes, I was curious, is that a typo or a code?
Okay. Yeah, this is a free text. You can use it based on the business demand, and if you want to define something in the category or something there, then you can use that things as well.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
So how is that capacity utilization used, that field? Like it means 100% efficiency, or like how it is used?
This is just based on depending on the maintenance planner that we will see in maintenance order. This is just a kind of the master data and important master data, because most of the errors, whatever you will do further, will come from here. Okay.
So this will be used for scheduling a work, auto scheduling a work, right? So I have a capacity of 46 hours. Okay. And if maintenance work require more than that, so it will be automatically schedule based on this available capacity, right?
Yes, but that is still auto calculated in the system. That you not need to perform anything. System will auto calculate those dates based on the defined capacities.
Okay.
So let's discuss HRMS. So what can be added here is the number of persons you want. So you can simply see there is HR master data added in the system for all the employees who are working in the organizations. They have some data in their system, SAP system, and they want to add some of the capacity here. And they want to denote that these persons are related to this work center. Then they can simply add those persons here. Okay. This is completely depending on the use of the business, but it is not mandatory. So now the other field which is important is other formula. It is again defaulted SAP 008 for SAP plant maintenance. This is how the calculation of the costs is being done in the work orders. There are a number of formulas in the system, and if you want and business want, then the formulas can also be added. Okay. So we are using this formula, project requirements, network maintenance.
Formula for calculating what?
Formula for calculating the costs. Suppose.
Cost. Okay.
Yeah, formulas for calculating the cost based on the work labors. Actually, the cost in SAP plant maintenance is usually handled by the number of work hours a technician is working on any maintenance. Okay, suppose the defined cost for any labor is $100 for 1 hour. Then if you have utilized one labor for 1 hour and the labor has booked a timesheet for 1 hour, then the cost for that order will appear as $100. So those calculations are being done using these formulas from the work center.
Okay.
Let's move it to the next tab, scheduling tab. Again, in the scheduling tab, we will be taking up to the category 002. Now, let me see if there's anything. Yeah, capacities we have already defined here. Scheduling is already defined. Now we'll come to the costing part. So into the costing part, this is going to be the cost collector. This is a cost center. So all the costs, whatever is being repaired in here, will be charged to this cost center. What actually cost center is, a key that uniquely identified a cost center, and if you click on the cost center, then cost center will be simply provide you that organization unit, which is a controlling area that represents a defined location of cost incurrence. all the cost centers are being defined by the finance team. You all have a SAP FI or CO modules in your organizations. Those teams, mostly controlling team, CO, those are responsible for providing you a cost center. Okay, that is created at the time when we are in a stage of controlling. Yesterday, we have heard about the organization structure. We were discussing client, controlling, company code. So when we are doing the controlling area setup, at that time, the cost elements, GL accounts, and cost centers were generated. So this is a master data for SAP finance and controlling. Okay. Hope this is clear. Again, what this is a activity type. This is the activity type. This is again provided you by the finance team. Okay. This is something that is calculated being on costing. So I will show you one another transaction that you will never use in system. Transaction is KP26. So hope you got this thing. See, there is nothing to find out here. So what actually the activity type is? Activity type is defining the rate. Now we are defining the rate. So what labor is doing in there? Labor is doing some work in there. So how we are going to charge them? So we have defined the activity type. So what kind of activity the labor is about to perform in the systems for the maintenance? So this is that activity. This activity is being used in task list. This activity is going to be used in orders. Wherever we are going to collect the cost or wherever we are going to plan the cost. Okay. Based on these activity types, we are planning. There could be n number of activity types, and all those activity types can be added here as well. Number of activity types can be added and can directly be added in the order itself. Okay. See what this is a word. This is yes.
One thing. So, for example, you have one work center, right? So work center is having, like, for example, 8 or 10 different technicians, let's say. So all of them won't have the same cost, right? I mean, some will be costly, some will have a different cost. So like, here we are just assigning one parameter here.
Yes, that is a very valid question, but that I would like to answer here. When we are doing, I will show you something. At that time, you can ask me that. See, this is the place where we are talking about the work order system. Okay. When anything is planned, when any work is planned. So IBM 1 minute. Let me correct this system. So scrolling it to the bit here. So what here is we have already planned for 3. Suppose you want another operation, another technician, okay, another technician plant, then you can use different activity type here. I can see that there are very less activity types configured in the system. I did it one for me. Okay.
Also, you're saying we need to use a different activity type there.
Yes, you need to use a different activity type there in the order.
Okay.
But actually, this is the basic. This is not. This is see. There is one more catch here. This is not based on what actual payment has been made to the user. Okay. This is not this cost. What we are about to maintain here is not the actual cost what has been paid to the technician. This is something what we are billing to ourselves. Okay. Suppose we have been undergoing a maintenance. What we are doing is we are charging 3 hours for this maintenance to ourselves, and the total planned cost here will come around $12. Okay, planned cost have been come around $12. So $12 is what we have planned, and what is actually charged to the cost center. But what is the payment given to the technician is completely different part, and that is being tracked by the HRMS. Okay, HR module is solely there to track. Like you all work for TCS and you build your timesheet for 9 hours. You are getting paid X amount, and your company is charging from the project X plus 1. So what is the amount here is X plus 1. This is X plus 1 amount. Hope you got this point.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is paid to the consultant is X amount, and that is completely rolled out by the and handled by the HR departments. That is simply does not and nowhere related to plant maintenance. Hope am I clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the most important tab at costing for the work center. You can simply find out that controlling area cost centers.
So I'm going a bit ahead. So
Yes.
does labor has a skill, and based on the skill also the charge is different, or it is all together with the activity type?
Sir, if I
So I have
say,
two labor. I have one activity, but I have two different type of labor. Okay, doing the same activity. Okay, so the cost comes from the labor also, or from the activity type also?
cost come from the activity type, whatever has been defined in the system.
Okay. Not
has
from
nothing.
labor. Okay.
No,
Labor
not from the
or
labor.
labor skill set or
No, nothing.
okay.
Cost has no correlation with the labor's salary, labor's skill, anything. Okay, hope am I clear? See, what actually we are doing here in the plant maintenance, we are saving our taxes. How we are saving our taxes? Whatever the revenue, whatever things have been maintained in the system, whatever the things have been maintained in our systems, in our organizations. So we are keeping a record of those things. Whatever the expenditures have been done inside the maintenance machineries like generators, like excavators, trucks, forklifts, whatever the functionalities are being used in the system. Like if we talk about the oil and gas industries from the energy sector, they got most of the times got pipelines got burst, and there is some kind of leakages as well. Okay, so those all costs are coming inside these things, and all those costs are come against these work centers and these cost centers at the time of plant maintenance. Hope the example is clear.
So you meant to say like we don't much bother about the labor cost?
No, you should never, because you are no one to decide the labor cost. Only finance team and controlling team will decide the labor cost. Suppose even if I say that you are creating a work center, what will happen is if there is any error in the costing. So what I will do, I will remove the costing. Then if I will remove the costing here, then you will simply get error messages starting coming here that the cost is not means activity type is not maintained for the cost center for the physical year. Okay, then you can simply take a screenshot of that and provide things to your finance team members, and they will correct the cost. You hardly going to have the access for this KP26 to maintain the cost. So what I have did here is I have provided a version period is 1 to 12, that January to December fiscal year 2024 cost center and the activity type. And now what I am doing here is I am just providing the fixed cost and the variable cost. And this is the cost element, allocation cost element. So the cost from the cost center will move here. Okay. So this is a way for getting and tackling the cost.
Got it.
Okay.
Actually, it's a bit different than Maximo, because in Maximo, I think it comes directly from the labor.
Here you can also get it. Here you can also get to the labor, but the rates to the labor is completely different. That was not actually in the scope, but I will show you once in the service order when we are doing the service order. So what actually this is where we assign the personal numbers, like who the person is working on this order, based on the business scenarios. If they allow the payment against payment from here to directly based on the business scenario only. If they allow the payments based on these orders, then they can be done directly to the users. But however, in SAP plant maintenance, this is a wrong practice. This is not done. From here, what actually is considered as by HRMS considered that the person has actually worked for 3 hours in here. Suppose in TCS, it was a practice to work in shared services. like you are working on more than one number of projects at a time. So you book your timesheets somewhere for 25%, somewhere you book for the timesheet for 25% of days, and somewhere you have got an allocation of 50%. Okay, so for a day you have worked for 4 projects. Okay, same way a technician will be assigned to the 4 projects and is submitting their 9 hours timesheet to number of projects. That we will show you later, that how the technician is submitting their timesheets. In this manner, when the technicians submit their timesheets against the service order, sorry, so what will happen is technicians' timesheets get also completed, orders also get completed. The order costs go in a different cost center, and the payment to the technician has been done by the HRMS. Okay. Okay. So this is something. And once let me save this work center first. Please note down a task. The first create the work center, at least for yourself. You can create your own work centers and check, and if you find out anything. So this is, I've now moved to the next tab. See, what if I move to the next tab earlier and we do not find any entry, then system will not allow you to save this order. So this is again a different bifurcation. This is again a different kind of bifurcation used in here in this technology tab. In this technology tab, we are defining what kind of work center actually this is. It could be used for drilling, it could be used for turning, it could be used for assemblies. Okay. This is simple bifurcation, no cost control is done over there, nothing. Okay, all these are free text. All these are free text. And means all these are free text depending on the configuration. Okay. You can further define that what kind of shop is. See, like in the manufacturing industries, even in those there, sometimes they use lathe machines, they use drillings, they use different turnings. So all those things can be a part of the work center. But nowadays, in a modern era, what I have seen things is technology is not nowhere used in the energy sector. Mostly I have seen in the wind turbines project, in the solar projects, they are not using the technology fields. Okay.
Rahul, so when you went into technology, right? So those first 3 fields in technical data, those look like mandatory. So like, is it possible to customize that we can remove this technology and groups tab if it is not required?
No, this is not possible.
Okay, so it's mandatory there, and you are saying that in some industries we don't use it. So what values do we put there then? Some random data?
In those cases, you can put the random data as well. And I suggest you not to visit the technology tab. My suggestion will be not to visit the technology tab here. Suppose if I am creating a new work center here, I'm just pressing a back key so that whatever the values I have used earlier will automatically come here. Okay, this is something facility provided at SAP.
You mean backspace?
Yeah, backspace. Okay. Suppose if I go there and do not provide any kind of data, then system will not allow you to save, and sometimes even you will not allow you to move to the next tab until you provide the data. So the work center is limited up to the costing if it is required, and if you are visiting these tabs, then yes, you need to fill out those data, which is the mandatory. However, in the change mode later, you cannot even delete them. Could not even delete them because yes,
that's weird. Okay.
Yeah, that is weird. That is weird in the case of work centers. However, these work centers are hardly every time configured only by the business persons. As a support persons, you will never get these things to be created. However, some kind of changes you might need to be you can do. So once we have created a work center, now you have any questions regarding work center? Yeah, 1 minute. What could be the work center? What is all about the work center? Because work center is now going to be used in every place. from where once we move from this, work center will be used everywhere. Yes, please shoot. You have any questions?
Yeah, going back to that technology tab, what is sort string and cap planar group?
Sort string, see, all these three things are provided in the configuration data to further bifurcate for the further bifurcation. Whatever the data you will configure in here, just like the configuration, 1 minute. Currently, we can see these three data in here. And earlier I have informed you that what you can do is you can press F1 key and go to the customization. Okay. Once you go to the customization, you will land onto the node where you can define extra data. Sort strings mostly is given in there for a free text or for a kind of text. Suppose if I put a new entry in here. Okay. And if I save this in my transport, I will have to come out also. Yeah. So we have got one new entry here. So this is all a free text kind of thing. Okay. And you can also check is again by pressing F1.
Okay, so when defining a sort string, we need to know what a cap element is.
But those elements are hardly required for you. These are used by the production planning and control team. This is the basically using the production system. All
so
these
us
same
as admins don't need to know this?
I don't think so that it is important to know.
Okay.
See, if you really want to find out these things, there are hundreds of nodes in SAP systems. Not every node is related to what we are learning, where we are doing. Even I have somewhere around 10 years of SAP experience. I am still not aware about all those things which are somewhere not available to use or somewhere not used in plant maintenance. So this is a very wide set of data where somewhere around 27 to 28 modules exist. And most of the master data and most of the things are shared. Even equipments are used by our team, even equipments are used by materials team, even equipments are used by production team. And working on equipments for all the three teams is completely different. If I say that for the plant maintenance perspective, you will never get to know about the CAPP planner group, then it's not wrong.
Okay, it's just like Maximo, it's a massive app and we don't need to know every single detail. Okay.
Anything for the work center else? Work centers are being used to define the capacity. Work centers are being used to define the costing. These are the two very major things for the plant maintenance and also defined for the scheduling.
So planning plants can be our work centers?
Yes.
Okay. And
planning plant is not directly a work center.
Okay.
Planning plant is required for planning only. And in our case, planning plant and maintenance plant, they both are same.
Okay, in our case, you are saying both are same.
Yes.
And can assets directly associated with the work centers, like the equipments?
Let me come to assets, then we will tell.
Okay.
So the work centers are over, and this is two methodologies which are being used to implement SAP systems. Whenever you are trying out the fresh implementation, then these two methodologies are used. Earlier, when we are using R3 systems before S4HANA, then most of the time ASAP methodology was used. And when we are using S4HANA systems, then SAP Activate methodologies are being used. So we will read out these two methodologies later if time permits and if it was required. These are simply just denoting that what we are doing first, what we are doing second, and what we are doing third. Okay, this is only and solely responsible when you are doing a fresh implementation, and then other than fresh implementation, these two methodologies are nowhere used. Okay, so we can start with the master data management. Do you understand about means what you think that what is the master data, what we what is the master data in here in SAP Plant Maintenance? Means apart from SAP Plant Maintenance, just like you have worked earlier for Maximo. So what is the master data here? What is the things what you have used as a master data there? Yes, I'm asking you all guys that what is the master data you have used earlier, or what you think? Yeah, assets, and then
location.
Okay, then
classification, job plans, users, security.
Okay. So in here, in SAP systems, we have three basic master datas. Okay. First is equipment, asset. Equipment is also known as asset. This is the thing what we are managing, or what we are managing in our systems, and the maintenance is being carried on the equipments, or on the equipment, or on an asset. So whatever the machineries in your department, in the factory outlet, or in the assemblies is there, is equipment, can be categorized as a equipment, or it's sort of an equipment. Okay. This is the smallest or the tiniest hierarchy for smallest technical object. So there are two technical objects in our system: equipment and functional locations. However, there are three technical objects in SAP Plant Maintenance: equipment, functional locations, and assembly. We will not talk anything about assembly because that is not nowhere going to be used. That is being used when we are talking about materials along with the maintenance. Okay, so if someone is trying to capture an asset, or capture a smallest technical object, then that is considered as an equipment. And if someone is considering assets as a whole, then that is a functional location. That we will both see. What is that? So what actually?
Excuse me. When you say asset as a whole, I don't understand that. Like,
I will tell you that as well.
Okay, equipment. I think that is a whole thing.
Yeah, I will tell you that as well. I will tell you that as well. 1 minute. So what a tiniest part of equipment is? Equipment is a master record for every serial number can be there. 1 minute. All these things are not required. So let's just start things from here. You will get to learn everything here. So the transaction for equipment is IE01. Okay. All the machineries, whatever we have in our organization, we can add them as a part of the asset. Okay. We can add them as an asset to our systems, and at the time of maintenance, we can create those assets from a backdated date. We can create fresh assets based on the purchase dates. We can add any kind of asset in these systems. Means in SAP Plant Maintenance. So all your generators, all your trucks, all your forklifts, all your assembly parts are kind of equipment in our systems. Okay. When we are talking about asset as a whole, then the thing is we cannot just talking about a wind turbine. Wind turbine has a rotor part. Wind turbine has a generator part. Wind turbine has a assembly part. Wind turbine has fans as well. So there are four or five things in the wind turbine. So creating, in this case, what we do in our systems is we create first as the first level equipment as a wind turbine. Right? So this can also be added as an asset. These can also be added as an asset. These all can be added as an asset. But when we are talking about asset as a whole, then we talk about the turbine, complete turbine, and based on this turbine, we have reports. We can assign all these equipments assets as well in this turbine as well. So we can make this equipment as a superior equipment for all these things. Okay. We can also made them. Suppose when there was a maintenance call generated for this turbine, then it automatically it is also applicable that all this comes under the maintenance when the call is generated for this turbine. Okay. And sometimes you get a call generated for a direct rotor. So at that time, it means that rotor is only required for the maintenance. Okay, that we will also see in the system how these are interlinked. So equipment number range can be internal and can be external as well. So there is a chances that in your system you can get an external number range that you need to provide equipment number beforehand at the time of creation of the equipment. Here we are using the internal number ranges, and that is completely based on the configuration. Valid on dates are something which can be changed to later stage, means from when the equipment came into the existence in your organization. Suppose you have had a generator in your organization and you haven't created that generator in the system yet, and you call it for a maintenance, but you found out that that generator is not exist in the systems. So what you can do is you can create an asset in your SAP systems from the backdated date based on the date of the purchase or based on the different scenarios, whatever the business suggests. So this is again a bifurcation. What is the equipment category? Equipment category is something where we are defining the number of kind of equipments, and as much as number of equipment categories can be added in here. So basically in the plant maintenance, we usually use two kind of categories. First is the machines, and another one is the production resource and tools. What machines are? What machines are is like all those things or all those assets, whatever are being used in the our organization and liable for the maintenance as well. So production resources and tools, this is the difference in these things. Like tools are something which are used for the maintenance. Okay. Production resources and tools are something which are used for the maintenance of those machineries. Just like a generator, if we are going to maintain that generator or an excavator, then we might be using some machineries for the maintenance of that equipment. Suppose, just for example, if I'm using any kind of drilling machine for maintenance, then that comes under the production resource and tools. And if we are using any lathe machines or any another machines, then that comes against under the production resource tools. Okay. And again, there is a catch in this that the moving vehicles like trucks, forklifts, those things, whatever are used in the machinery, those things, whatever are being used in the organization, may have the same category as the machines, or there could be a different category can be created for that. Okay. These categories are solely created to differentiate among all the machines or all the data from the existing system. Okay. So when you will be running the report, from now onwards, you will start to see the reports, because every data is having a particular report and what data is created and what number of data you have in your systems. Okay. Suppose I'm creating a equipment category machine. So this is the initial screen. Here what I did is I have just entered the equipment category and pressed enter. So again, this is.
So actually, I'm not getting the flow. So first it should be the functional location, right? And then the equipment, or it can be either.
It can be either. It can be either. Functional locations are going to denote you the location of the equipment. So whenever you start creating something, then an internal number range will assign in here. This is not the complete number. Final number will be generated at the time of saving.
Okay. Did you say the equipment number is something we enter and then later on we get a different equipment number that's generated for more complete one?
There are two scenarios when we are working in the master data. First is internal number range. Internal number range is applicable for almost every object. Wherever you try to create a asset or try to create any master data, then system will define an internal number range. After the creation of this, suppose if I start creating this object and I have saved this data. Okay, what will happen? This is our equipment number, what we have created right now. Okay. The another situation can be here is, system, some organizations use external number range. So at the time when you are creating a equipment in SAP systems, you must enter the asset number here. Okay, you must enter the number in the start. But we have not defined any external number range here. Okay. But I'm just about to inform you that this is also a kind of option provided for most of the organizations. Okay.
So we can either give it a number or SAP will assign it a random number.
It is completely based on the configuration. If it is defined in the configuration to give external number, then system will not allow you to move further. Okay. Just like it is allowed after pressing enter. And if it is an internal number assigned system, then if you provide any external number, then it will not accept that number and simply throw out the error external number. This is not in the external number interval. Okay.
Okay. So it's either or.
Either or, depending on the project, depending on the business, and depending on the configuration.
Okay.
Okay. So there are going to be 100 kinds of machineries. Yes.
Around this TM, so many zeros, one IE. This is not the number, right?
Yeah, this is not the number. This is just a annotations assigned to the object at the time of savings. This is done by SAP systems to save their number range. So what will happen if you are not going to save this? Okay. If you save this, then we have this number as a last number. I'm just saving here. Okay. So this is going to be the next number range if we save this. Okay. What will happen? What will happen if I do not save it and simply cancel it? Then what will happen is, that number will not be available anyhow.
Correct.
Okay. This number will lost by the SAP system. So to save this, SAP did these things. They assign a local number and they assign a local number to the object until it is saved.
So auto number will be generated only when you save it. Till that time, this is just a temporary number. Okay.
Correct. Okay. So this is showing in here in this way, but actually it is M% sign. TM is M% sign and IE is the object number. Leave that is not locally related. So again, we come to the equipment. So most of the tabs here are provided for use up to the business demands. Okay. There could be number of machineries or the various kind of machineries used in any organization. If all those machineries are being added in M category, then how you are going to define them? Which kind of machinery is that? Which kind of object is that? In that manner, they have given different objects like object type. You have to configure this in the configuration. Simply, you can put the F1, press F1 and to go to the customization. You can simply add your customization here. Suppose if you are talking about the motors, if you are talking about the coolers, or if you are talking about the pumps. Suppose if I am taking it a pumps. So now this has started to bifurcate our system. Authorization group is completely different thing. Authorization group for all the, wherever you get authorization group, this is something which is provided, in which data is provided to restrict the usage or restrict the changes by a certain number of users. Okay. Authorization group is kind of authorization. Okay. If this authorization is given to you as a business user, then you will be able to change or edit this. Else you will not able to change or work on this asset. So this data is solely for that. Okay.
So how a user is associated to a authorized group?
So that is completely the role with the SAP security team. SAP security team.
Okay.
Authorization. They will do.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Here, based on the screens, we can simply provide the details like weight of the asset, unit, size, dimensions, inventory number. If you have any, all these are the free text. Okay. This is for the acquisition value. If the asset has been acquisition from the another company, this is acquisition date. This is the manufacturer details. If you want to provide those manufacturer details in here, manufacturer registered country, control, construction year and month. Okay. Hope this is clear. These all are the free fields. You can simply check out them when you are creating the assets. So again, this is a maintenance plant. In most of the systems, you will find out that maintenance plant is a mandatory field and is required a mandatory input. Adding any mandatory field into our systems is our task. We can make any field mandatory. That is to be done in the configuration, and that is decided at the time of implementation only. Okay, what fields are going to be mandatory and what fields are not going to be mandatory. But in the work center, the fields what we seen in as a mandatory, they are always mandatory. Okay, so again, this is the location what we have used earlier in the work center. We can use those work center, room, plant section, work center. Here comes into the picture work center. This is again the work center, and ABC indicator. This is being used for the planning of the assets, but it is not going to be used by us. This is completely defined that the need for this object and this material. So production team
work center is not mandatory here because how the cost. How the cost.
This is the raw system. That we will go to the automation. That we will go here. That we will go here. This is the important tab for the custom. This is the location tab. Okay, this is just going to define you the where the location is. Okay. If you want to add any kind of address here, you can simply put an address. So all those details will come. This can be the object address, like where the
Rahul,
where this.
One question. So here we see ABC indicator, right? So I think this is probably how severe the criticality of the equipment, right? So how critical the equipment is. So how is this related to PM? So
this is not related to PM, as I already said that this is related to the production team, production and planning. Okay. So if this is a very important object, then production team has to enable this. Production team has to keep track that if there is any shortage of this kind of asset, and they need to make sure that production does not stop, and they have to keep things in the inventory. They have to keep things in their inventory. Also, one more thing can be done in the case of the ABC indicator. At the time of planning of maintenance, okay, if you have put down a ABC indicator in here, then if a thing is very important, then the decision taken by the maintenance planner for that asset could change depending on the business object.
Suppose exactly. So if this is a very critical equipment, right, you need to plan your maintenance accordingly, right? I mean,
but this is not going to be used anywhere in the order and the notification. At the time when you are going for the maintenance, those indicators will not going to hamper anything. Okay, these are the key point indicators like KPIs, where management at the end of the month or at the end of the year take various decisions. Like if they find out that the most of the A category assets are getting failed or required a breakdown, then they can replace them directly. So these are all related to the analytical reports. Okay. So as much as data is filled in the equipment assets and all the master data, then it is much beneficial for any of the customer to find out reports, to take out reports. Just because we have given a pump, okay, just because we have given a pump here, it is still a very incomplete kind of data, very incomplete kind of data. Why so? Because pumps could be of various varieties. Like I'm not much aware about the pumps. If I say that single phase pumps, dual phase pumps, or three phase pumps, depending on the kilowatt capacity, the pumps can be further classified. So when the business user is taking out the reports, yearly reports for the pumps, then they have to again take a heavy look on the raw data. Then only they can identify the pumps. Okay.
Okay. So why I was asking is when you're creating your maintenance plans, right? For example, your pump, if it is very critical, you will define your preventive maintenance according to that. So maintenance planning is part of it, right? So that's why I was trying to find a link, if there is a link.
Okay. Okay. So, where am I? Forgot. So in here, what is the work center we have created? Electrical. So see, there are few things in here. Company code,
So
business
electric is underlined. What it indicates?
area. It is just a hyperlink.
Oh yeah, so I can directly jump to that. Okay.
Yeah, you can directly jump to the work center.
Thank you.
Okay. You can add a planner group as well in here if you want. So some organizations use cost centers, some organization uses WBS element as well. Okay. They both are the part of the first selector. WBS elements are being configured by the PS team, SAP PS and Primavera project systems, where they use this project, they use WBS element, and based on those things, the cost can be collected. Okay, so this is the main organization data here. What this is?
WBS is also mandatory, or?
No, this is not mandatory. See, from now onwards, all the fields which are need to be made mandatory and which are not to be made mandatory is completely a business decision and the business outlook. Okay. Depending on the requirements, they used to provide these details. When we are proposing something to client, okay, but when we are proposing something to the client, we are trying to ensure that we provide as much as data filled in the system. Suppose if your client is not using anything, if suppose just the value add things, when you are providing value adds to your customers, then you can provide more things to the customers like location, start using location, room, plant section, and sort fields and the indicators. What is the benefit this is going to provide you or your client is, your client will get the exact and the good reports. Okay. When those good reports will appear to them, with a single click, then they will easily find out the reporting easy. So SAP is made for the reporting. SAP is made for the making reporting easy. So why it is? Because suppose I will give you a report. Transaction name is IE05. Okay. So this is a report. I'm just running it a whole. See, I'm using this to add out the number of fields here. All the fields, whatever we are seeing there in the assets, can be seen here. Okay. See, in most of the things, we don't have any data. And in most of the things, we have some data. Suppose user business want to know what all the details they have in the plant, all the machineries they have from this plant. Then they can simply add the filters. These fields are given as a filters. There are a lot of fields which are given as a filters. Okay. So based on the cost center, be it function locations, be it positions, be it anything, this much facility is provided by SAP systems. Okay. So you can simply get these things sorted. Who is the manufacturer? how many assets we have from this manufacturer. All these details can be filtered out. So these much details. Please note down for your use that the report for equipment is IE05. So now let's come to the catalog profile.
Rahul, just one query on this main work center. Maybe I missed that you populated manually, or that was auto populated from somewhere. This
no. In master data, nothing will come automatically. You have to populate everything.
Okay. No, so we entered this manually. So that cost center, I saw right the cost center which is above. This one we
cost center is also entered by me manually. I have entered that cost center. That does not come automatically.
My query was that if we are entering main work center, then I think in that main work center in the master data, cost center was also there, right? It doesn't come automatically. It doesn't populate automatically.
No, in here it does not come automatically. In this master data, it doesn't.
But if you go to this electric work center, you can go to that record. I think in that you copied from there on right. We had that cost center. Do we have defined it over here or no? The cost center and the main work center. There must be some association of the work center and the cost center as well, right?
Can you, yeah, in the costing tab, is it there? Costing tab.
Can you go to the costing tab? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's there, right? Link to cost
center.
Okay. No, so just trying to know whether, because here, if you're populating the work center, the cost center should automatically come, or we have to manually populate there while creating the equipment.
This I will check why it is not coming automatically. But
yeah, because see, if I select a different cost center but the same work,
all right,
yeah, then it will be a problem, right?
It should not allow me choosing some other. Yeah. That's why I was coming to. Yeah.
So work center is electric, but I select a different cost center.
But there is one more thing here. Suppose if we are not creating anything, suppose we are not giving any cost center in here, then it is still is not a fault. The cost will still come from the maintenance work center. Let me show you one thing. I'm just saving this asset. Copy the number, and when we create things, okay. So when we are doing things, then at that time, things will appear. And in here, responsible cost center will come. But again, if there was another thing which is required at the equipment asset, if there is any possibility that it will come automatically, that I will check.
That case, if we if we can associate a different cost center at that cost center field, right? So will that cost center will come here? See, if this is coming from the work center now, right? So if you go back to the equipment, so if you associate a different cost center, which is different from the work center cost center in that equipment, go back to equipment field, equipment application.
Whatever data we assign there in the cost center, whatever the data we assign there in that cost center will come here in the location data. That could be of a different cost. That could be of a different cost center, and that could be of a same cost center as well. But the thing is, the cost when it will get settled, they will be getting settled to different cost center. That we will read later.
Yeah, just for an try, right? You go back to that equipment that you created, right?
Okay.
Let's go back. You have to change it. Yeah, go to that cost
organization.
Center. Cost center, right? You select a different cost center, which is different from that work center cost.
Okay. Suppose I select this one.
3 to 1, right? Now, if you try to use this or apply this equipment in your order or PM or whatever that you are doing.
The work center is same. In the additional data, the responsible cost center is still coming from the work center. And in the location field, the cost center which we have added
in that cost center.
In the account assignment, that is coming in a different place. Okay.
On the same, okay.
Right.
Okay. But then there is some, I think, cost element involved. Probably the maintenance will be still counted against that work center cost center, but something related to asset may be charged to that cost center. We may need to fix.
Let's go to the asset again. Let's discuss about this catalog profile. So we are selecting this catalog profile. What catalog profile is, I will show you somewhere in brief. I've used the transaction QS41. Just to show you, this is still a completely configuration data. So what activities these are used in here in plant maintenance is task, causes, effects, activities, activities PM, coding, overview of damage. These few things are being used here in the catalog profile. This is done for the notification, and this is done to further classify the problem. What could be the problem, or what could be the problem appears for this asset? That we will see thoroughly at the time when we are creating the notifications. Okay. But currently we are assigning a catalog profile here from the configuration. This is done from the configuration and assigned to the asset. Leave this thing. When we will find out the function location, then we will do this, because all the data from the function location is going to come here. And this data is getting populated at the time when we are defining any functional location for any equipment. What functional locations are going to define for you is, suppose this equipment is provided somewhere. Suppose this equipment is provided at a location and you want to define a location. Suppose, just for example, you all are at your office and there is a desk number defined at your office. Like the desk number could be TCS, country name, country name. Just like this, I will tell you something. State name could be there, building name, 3 letters, and then some numbers, floor numbers, ODC number, desk number. Okay. So these kind of desk names are assigned to you, everyone. I hope you find out this relatable. Is the desk numbers are assigned to you.
So it's basically the physical asset, I mean the physical location where the asset is installed, right?
Correct. So this is the physical location for your laptops. Suggest, for example, that your equipment is the laptop and you wanted to define the physical location or the exact physical location that is defined in here. Okay. Hope you can relate that laptop, and hope you can relate your seating position, seating location as well.
Wait, so why is there, if location goes under structure, why is there another location tab?
Sir, SAP has provided us various measures. Okay, SAP has provided us various measures to use location as well as structure. I have seen most of the organizations not using the function locations. They are not using function locations at all. Mostly energy sectors, oil and gas sectors, manufacturing sectors. These are some places where the structures and the function locations are being used. In most of the places, they only track based on the location.
So it's just to give choices to the end user organization.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, I understood it, I think in past, so maybe I may be wrong, but I'll explain you. So suppose I have a substation. Substation is in a city or a town, so its location will be under your location tab. Okay. But suppose this equipment is transformer and it is lying under bay 1 or bay 2. So that location, bay 1 or bay 2 is a functional location which will come over here, right?
No. Functional location is completely like a geological term or a class, or you can say in a form of a nomenclature. It is defined in the form of a nomenclature. Okay.
Yeah. So I will define a nomenclature like substation is SS. Okay. And
Correct.
then substation number is 21 and hyphen it is on bay 2. So I will say B2. Okay. So that would be my functional location, right?
Just like your desk numbers. We will discuss this function location tomorrow first for sure. But let's complete these 2 tabs as well. One tab, there is some tabs missing here that I will configure later. So in here, warranty start date is meant warranty start date warranty end date, warranty start and warranty end date for the manufacturer warranty. This data is also maintained here manually. At the time when you are using or creating any notification for that, then you can get to know that vendor warranty is there or provided or not. Customer warranty is not needed here because you are not using customer services. This is mostly required at the time when we are using customer services module. Okay, vendor or the manufacturer warranty, because you are the purchaser, you own the asset, and if there is any warranty provided to you by the vendor or the manufacturer, then you can maintain that here. And based on this warranty, for all the maintenance, you can call your vendor and manufacturer. Hope this is clear.
Yes.
1 minute, let me see. One thing is missing in here. It is not configured. Yeah, here it is configured. Location, organization structure we have maintained. See, this is the customer data tab. This is solely used when we have SAP CS in use. Sales and distribution, again, when we are using customer services module. This is something important in here. Serial data. This tab was missing there. This is also used in customer services, but also used in plant maintenance as well. It depicts a major role. I hope you all are aware about the materials and serial numbers. What a material number is and what is a serial number, and what is the assigned material, what is the equipment number when a serial number is assigned. Hope you are clear with the serial numbers.
Yeah, serial number is clear. The material is basically your inventory item.
It's item, inventory
item, right?
So the catch here, I wanted to inform you that when a material and serial number get defined and added in a same positions, then they make a unique thing. Okay, that is known as the equipment number. Material and serial number combination is always unique. Suppose you have a AC in your home, Voltas AC in your home, just for example that you have a serial number TUYVP. Okay, so this is going to be unique across the globe, that this Voltas AC, that this Voltas air conditioner with this serial number is going to be owned by you only. None of the person across the globe has any kind of Voltas. Means Voltas AC is not there with them with this serial number. They can have any another product. They can have a Voltas fridge with this same serial number. Okay, but they cannot have any Voltas AC as with this serial number. Terming this as a material, terming this as a serial number, and the combination of this and the combination of this will always generate a equipment number. It is not mandatory that every equipment number has a material plus serial number, but it is mandatory that if a material and serial number is generated, then the equipment number will also get generated, be it not visible at the start, but it is available at the database.
But on that material,
yes,
you have the serial number is XTYCVT, right?
Okay.
Correct.
Correct.
And with material, can you go back to your SAP screen?
Yeah, sure.
So this material is not a lookup to your item or whatever inventory module.
Now that I will that I am doing. I was just informing you about the theoretical way.
Okay.
Okay. Earlier I was giving you something in a theoretical way. I think I got to find some material which is serialized. Okay, so I have randomly taken a material into the picture and I have assigned a serial number as well. Okay. This will create a equipment number in here from the equipment number. And we cannot use this material ever again in any of the asset with the same serial number. Okay.
Got it. Yeah, that would be unique.
That will always be unique. So that was the point I'm saying.
So I have one question. I think, is this finished or equipment is still due or something?
No, there are some parts of the equipment pending. Yes, you can tell me.
Yeah, because in Maximo we have a concept called rotating equipment. Okay. And in Oracle also we call it as a rebuildable. So the equipment which actually, if it is faulty, we can put it back into the store, and in a store we have another equipment which can take its place. Okay, so that is something called rotating. And other equipments are not rotating in nature. So if it is faulty, we need to scrap it. Okay. So We don't have that
That is a
concept.
business process. No, that is a business process. That is still into the
So
picture.
suppose
That
this
is still in
equipment
the cost side.
1000297 suppose it is faulty, can I transfer it to store?
Transfer it to?
And will it be stores, your store location?
Yes, you can transfer it to the storage location.
So
Store.
can you go to that material tab? Okay, I mean where we see the material code. So that quantity of this material 1848 will be increased by 1. I mean on hand quantity. If I ship it back to the store.
Okay, so based on the inventory decision you wanted to inform. Okay. However, that is not in a scope here. That is not in a scope here. I will show you something. That is a transaction MMBE.
Are you asking about the type of equipment? Like what is the type of equipment?
Yeah, rotating or non-rotating that we have. So we don't have that concept, right?
I guess in SAP, Rahul, you can correct me. We have 4 types of equipments, right? Like machine, fleet, measuring and test equipment, and then production and resource tools.
No, this is not that.
No, this is not that. The person who was asking me for the rotating equipment, that is the complete business process. Suppose at the time of maintenance, when they have generated a query that this asset require a maintenance, and then maintenance planner will reject that maintenance, stating that the asset is the default and move to the scrap, and a new asset need to be installed there. If he is asking that, am I right?
Yeah, so there are 2 types of asset, I'll tell you. Okay, one is the thing that you explained. When asset is faulty and it is beyond repair, you scrap it. The second is a rotating item like motors. Okay.
Okay.
The motor is just a prime mover. Suppose I have hundreds of motors. Okay, one of motor is faulty. What I will do, I will replace it. Okay, I have another motor in store. I will issue that particular motor and install it. Okay, and this motor, once it is repaired, I will send it back to the store. So this is called rotating
refurbishment. This is called this is called the refurbishment process, and this is a process. Currently, we are just creating asset into our systems. Currently, we are not doing any process here.
Okay, we'll see that later on. No problem.
Yeah, that we will see later on.
So is there, related to that, is there also like a status? Is it like in use or in the, or, like
these statuses. So,
okay.
As per SAP systems, all the status here are when an asset is created, then the system status is AVLB, means available, and when another transaction has been happened on the asset, like if it is moved to the warehouse, if it has been moved to the delivery, if it has been assigned to any kind of delivered. 1 minute, let me try to change the status. So now I have changed the status to ESTO. It means that the asset has now been moved to the warehouse. This is a manual kind of transaction, but in SAP, process-based transactions happen. So based on any kind of process, the asset when is moved to the warehouse via any transaction, then the status will change automatically. Okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. In the warehouse. Another transaction for creation of the equipment and serial number is IQ01. In this case, earlier what I've said there is it is mandatory that material number and serial number will give you a equipment always. Okay, so equipment number may not be seen early, may not be able to be seen. So in here, what I can give is a stop. If we save this and go to the change mode, now we have a equipment number generated in the background. That equipment number is still not available here, but our equipment number has been booked for this item as well. When we click on the equipment view, the equipment number will get start showing us, and all the tabs, whatever we have filled earlier, whatever the things we have filled earlier will be made available. Okay. Did you get this?
Yeah, you did. So this is what the rotating thing Paresh, I think we have the asset equipment number also in inventory. So this can go to an equipment and then the equipment number can be in production, right? Got it.
Okay. So today we have learned about equipments and work center only. Please try to create some work centers in system. Please try to create some equipments as well. And all you know that in the system. Okay. See, when you press F1, F1, you can get to know the field name. If you found out any difficulty, make a note. I will get that cleared. And if you find out what are the input values, then you can simply click on here. Okay. Please create some equipments and run some reports as well.
Sorry, I had one question. When you send that equipment back to stock, you didn't mention any warehouse or any information, right? So
that is a completely wrong part. What I did, that was a completely wrong part. Okay. That is to be done by the consultants when there was in case of inconsistency only. So that is just a troubleshooting part what I did. That is not into the process. That I did just to show you the different user status, system status available in the system.
Yeah, but the system allowed that, right? Because most probably the location information also didn't change. That asset location remained the same. Though, as for, that activity, we sent it back to the store, right? So, yeah.
I understand all your queries, but see, sometimes happens in our systems that a thing become inconsistent. So SAP has given so many options in system to change things manually and only change the status. In that manner, the status is only changed. There was a scenarios where I have worked on earlier that sometimes when we have created the equipments, we have created equipment and we cannot enter into those equipment. However, the equipment exists in the system. So in those cases, what we do is we run some reports available across the SAP platforms. We run those reports, correct those assets, and then change the status manually. Because what happens at the sometimes that stock has been moved to the warehouse, but the status is not moved. The status is not changed due to the inconsistency. So for correction of most of the things, there are manual things provided in the system. So these are kind of the hacks which consultants used to do.
I got it. So it just changed the status. Actually, if you are really moving to a warehouse, it should ask like which warehouse and what. Okay.
Correct.
So he just changed the status.
It is not moved to the. This is not moved to the warehouse. The status has been changed only.
That's it. Yeah, got it.
1 minute. A brief thing I want to just tell you one thing. Okay, so see, all the things in the function location, all the tabs from the functional locations are same. Okay. Everything is same. The only difference in the function location is this input. This input. This is known as edit mask and this is known as structure indicator. Okay. In the meanwhile, if you want, you can start practicing function locations as well. You can put any kind of input here. Just create some function locations and try to assign those function locations as well into those created assets. Okay. See, this is the thing where you can assign. This is the part, like you can simply click on the sub equipment and you can enter your created equipments. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which status indicates that a maintenance order is ready for execution? Option A, CRTD created. Option B, REL released. Option C, TECO technically completed. Option D, CLSD closed. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become a pro at managing maintenance work? Our SAP Plant Maintenance course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Plant Maintenance. It's like a toolkit for keeping equipment and plants running smoothly, from tracking repairs to planning maintenance schedules. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's created by experts who know SAP inside and out. Your instructors are seasoned pros ready to help you understand and answer any questions. And don't just take our word for it, our students love this course too. People like you have found this course incredibly valuable and practical. Best part? It's affordable, so you can learn without spending a fortune. Ready to master SAP Plant Maintenance? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, check out ZaranTech's website.